Howdy, everybody. Hope you're having a nice Friday evening. Uh, yeah, for some reason, Streamlabs seems to think that, one of our chatters is a possible ban evader, which is wild. I have no idea where that would come from. But who's to say? Who is to say? Or, ban me to a coward. Clearly I'm evil. Ah, yes. Evading the, very common bans that we always give out here on this channel. Welcome back, everyone. Okay. I have, like, one gripe with this game. And that is that when you go into the chapter select, if you scroll down, that tries to scroll to the left, and up scrolls to the right. And it's like, I feel like scrolling down is typically the sign of, like, wanting to go further into a page, so I feel like scrolling down should go to the right, and it doesn't, and that annoys me. So what did we find out last time? Last time was a bit of a wild ride. Spoilers for anyone who is super interested in watching the old episodes, but came at the very beginning of stream for the new one. So, of course, at the end of Case 2, we found out about Eris, who apparently has some sort of mind magic and is making people do crimes. And just now, at the end of Case 3, we discovered that the criminal, the Eye Taker, is her dad? So that's wild. So, let's get started on Case 4, Severed Ties. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. We've experienced the world through his eyes and fought through justice through his soul. But this time, why don't we start from the perspective of another? Ooh, okay. Okay. Switching it up a bit. Can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. She made it look so effortless, and he loved her. Would he have listened to her if she was still here? Oh! Okay. Is something the matter, Tamora? No, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but I'd still appreciate it if you remained focused. All of our futures are at stake, after all. Of course, Miss Frigga. Okay. So this is Miriam's mom, I'm assuming? Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just a ritual I use to calm myself. Right, I suppose we all deal with stress differently. But more importantly, what are you doing here? My father sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. It's a new environment for her, and we are both worried about her condition. Still can't believe you were the boss's daughter this entire time. Why didn't you say anything at the academy? Oh, knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? Fuck! This isn't in the past, this is current? Shit, Ruby works for the Eye Taker? Shit, fuck. He's not my... Anyways, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet. But I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walk into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives you a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently into the courtroom. Paternal troubles. We had an argument earlier, it's nothing to worry about. If you say so. You are worried about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment sometimes. You just hope that he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial is about to begin. Do you really have the time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Steelwind approaches the three of you, but she appears to be accompanied by someone else. Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here? Well, he's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see. So I assume you'll be prosecuting? Of course, we would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tamora. Really? If I recall correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far. Miss Steelman, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You almost look surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. Well, I'm more than capable of being objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelman, please calm down. Oh, how I love a good reunion. This is wild. Fuck. Miss Tamora works for the Eye Taker? Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frigga. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind? Of course. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something seems off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frigga is the formerly missing daughter of the now-late William Frigga, and the victim of the murder is William Frigga himself. Yes, I'm well aware of that. The people of Wevengard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frigga's head. Please, the only people mourning him... The only people mourning him are the banking house's shareholders. But anyways, did you also say the defendant is accused of grand theft? Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frigga Manor yesterday. The Heralds and Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor. They were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wavengard Historical Society. One of these items was the Sword of Spell-Eaten, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them are immune to all harmful magical effects. Let's just say it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. We, the prosecution, believe the defendant stole this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener. He died of blood loss shortly after. Frigga died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was the blood loss after his throat was slashed open. Both carotid arteries were severed, meaning that death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. The body shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic also found on the body. I see. But what possible motive would the defendant have to murder her own father? William Frigga and his daughter were not close. Saying they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown, until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client... Oh. I'm so used to doing my client in Tyrion's voice. My client left the Frigga household because of a toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for himself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims, but that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball, but nevertheless several witnesses did see her that night. And these same witnesses saw her storm out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, they're playing right into our hands. Beatrice Frigga fled her family 5 years ago and went into hiding. In retaliation, William Frigga told Miriam Frigga he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance after his death. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Frigga in court. I don't like the phrase, as per your agreement. That implies that it's maybe not the truth. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during the meeting. But as long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steelwind. Do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? Condition? What do you mean by that, Miss Tamora? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frigga is considered legally disabled. However, legally disabled, that's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. Oh, okay. Completely blind. Is this true? We have several medical documents and testimony from several surgeons attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything. Okay. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of? Now, If that blindness is due to a magical effect, then that sword would in fact nullify that. I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. Well, yeah, if the court would just let me elaborate, Steeland, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. Oh, yeah. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sword of spell eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamura. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. This is just awful. Steelmans are clearly just attacking the Fragas now that their head is deceased. Enough. Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case, nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. Until you've done so, you are in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Steeland. I suppose you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising that Steeland even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things your way. Again, the way that this is being presented implies that it's not true. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. What is this guy's voice? Australian. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Right. Witness testimony. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the Mana's silent security system, put an anti-magic field over the entire Mana. We did a search of the house, and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. Didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Asta told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he had already locked himself inside his study. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged, and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the sword of spell eating. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get a part of his inheritance. The case against Beatrice is just as you predicted. And you already have a countermeasure to disprove the existence of any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. Not that one. There we go. Objection! Oh, that's an interesting voice. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes, and the prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them. What do you mean, Miss Tamura? Of all the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have had much to gain through her father's inheritance. That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think he'd leave his inheritance to someone who disobeyed him so egregiously? No, he'd do everything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. The moment she slams her cane down, you notice the prosecutor wince a little, but she quickly hides it and regains her composure. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father submit the changed will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steeland. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the household. What? She never brought that up during questioning. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Miss Tamura? I have no idea what you're talking about. But clearly we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam Frege to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes? And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If we recall correctly, you were also tight-lipped during questioning this morning. Or are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? The witness just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail that's relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? Maybe I just have a way with people. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt for now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. One day we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and his sister into a study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example of her. This all happened 5 years ago. Are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes, even now I can remember everything clearly. We see. Her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. And Leif was with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leif couldn't have possibly been there. Her words are getting more slowed. You also notice her balance is slightly swaying. Hey, are you okay? Of course, Wait. What the fuck? What? By the Scaled Lord, is that blood? No! Blood? Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to the courtroom immediately. Fuck no, not Arya! Are you able to help Nightgrave stabilize the process? In all the chaos, you caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and blood on several parts of her body. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them, but her disguise is completely dissipated now. Before Steelwind is taken out of the courtroom, you catch her whispering something into Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion from him, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand. But not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seems equally confused. Just what the hell is going on? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why was Miss Steelwind so gravely injured? I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. A healer? The truth is, Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Scaled Lord, why didn't she just recuse herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, he would have handedly won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up to prosecute because no one else would, and she did all despite the risk to her life. Almost makes you respect her a little. Almost. Anyways, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? What? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. Miss Tamara, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured, and you're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. God, I hate her. I hate her now. Oh, God. Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? It's been almost 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us, what, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace of the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone. If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. Am I going to be a prosecution attorney? Is Tyrion going to have to prosecute against Ruby? She took a risk, and now she has to pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I'm not exactly proud of winning this way, but this is what it takes to win, and you won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. The judge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but it's out of his hands now. Well, due to today's unprecedented events, I suppose I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. We'll take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict. Wallace's note is to Tyrion. Yes! Yes! Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert? What in the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. But it looks like things aren't going to be as simple as you expected. Ho ho ho! Oh, fuck yes! Severed ties, because we're severing ties with Ruby! The night before. I feel so out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone, but many of the people here clearly recognize you. You're used to receiving dirty looks from the upper class, but you can literally feel everyone's disdain for you. Why are you in the corner by yourself? I can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. For reasons unknown, you lose your... Reasons unknown. It's so endearing to see you so excited. I knew I was gonna enjoy this game. I was not expecting this level of excitement. I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? What's wrong? You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact with her. Oh, I see. Are you enchanted by my beauty? Come on, say something. Ever since that night in Ornox, he felt like something's been off between you two. Am I interrupting something? Miss Tamora, I wanted to check in on you two before we went to meet with Lord Frege. You spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client Miss Tamora is representing? You're pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she still looks familiar for some reason. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward. You extend out your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand, implying that she could see it. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. Not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frege. William Frege is the ruling lord of House Frege, so you're a little curious about what kind of deal he'd be involved in. But you've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyways, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two to not cause trouble? You're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile, Miss Tamora. Please do. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Tamora to the Lord's Ball? That's... You know you can tell me anything, right? I guess everything that happened in Ornox made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I came from. I didn't want to think about it because of my dad and mom, but you wanted to find out who your biological parents are. I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. I don't think that's true. Really? Miss Tamora adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life. But I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Miss Tamora and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry, I can find something to fill the time. You're just gonna play chess alone, aren't you? Maybe? You really need to learn to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something. I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of my time with you anyways. Anyways, I'm gonna try to talk to some people. Yeah, I'll see you later. Yes. Yes. I need this game to be a... I don't need this game to be a dating simulator. I need these two to be romance partners. Why is that the first word that I thought of? I've maybe been watching too many Dimension 20 clips recently. Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with very little to do, and you doubt anyone would want to engage in small talk from the likes of you. Your hand instinctively goes to your satchel. It contains your foldable chessboard. Well, romance partners. /NX! Well, it's not as if I have anything better to do. I should try to find an empty table to play on. Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats and tables are filled. Doesn't look like you'll be able to play here. Several gold-tinted chandeliers hang from the ceiling of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Frege must be hoarding to afford all this. Oh, we can't cast Detect Magic because Celeste isn't with us. Yep, let's go to the hall. This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor. What the? While walking through the hallways, you suddenly find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Immediately upon seeing you, the wolf quickly gallops away. Bro is very excited for reasons we still do not fully understand. Did someone leave a door open? You think about telling someone, but you remember the manor's full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot it eventually. It's not as if anyone will believe you anyway. Yeah, he'd be maybe somewhat of a boy who cried wolf. But it'd probably be best to find somewhere else to play. Several jewels mounted on the wall, and they all look equidistant from each other. I already know the House Frege is wealthy, but embedding jewels in the walls makes the place look pretty tacky. You even have gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallways. It's ridiculous when you really think about it. Ah, the gallery. You look further around the manor and find a room with several displays. It looks like a gallery of some sort, but it's slightly out of place here. There are a few nobles in the room, and they're all silently appreciating the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some historical displays for the Lord's Ball. Now there's a face I haven't seen before. As you take a closer look at one of the exhibits, an old man approaches you. Is that a monkey on his back? Hello, my name is Harold Haroldson. I am the curator of this collection. Harold Haroldson? Is that a pseudonym or something? No! I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wyvengard's history. I wonder, would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, like the Scaled Lord Rathalon! There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them were items that were wielded by the 7 heroes of Wyvengard. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalon himself. Enchanted by Rathalon? Would that mean they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. It's a pair of metallic armbands. There are several magical runes carved onto them. Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago. Centuries? That would make these armbands one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Frege created these to aid them in their study of magic. It's a crimson red short sword. That's the sword of Spell-Eaten. Legends say that it has power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field. In a way, yes, but it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It's said that this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons have the power to absorb and nullify magic. A demon must have imbued some of that power into this sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. Is it safe to put something like this on display? What if the legends are true? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I'd bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. It's a pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded into each of them. These are the earrings of vitality. It said the Scaled Lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say that whoever wore them would have their lifespan increased tenfold. The Scaled Lord could do things like that? Of course! He is the Scaled Lord, after all. Legends say I need a lozenge. Interesting. Are there any spells that can create a similar effect to these earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall under the school of necromancy, and I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that kind of magic. It's a painting of a researcher. That's Professor Matt Furland. He was a professor of some renown. He was a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What's that? It's the study of how different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if 2 anti-magic fields overlapped each other. That's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where the 2 fields overlapped. Turns out those mages were able to use their magic in that space. Wait, how would that be possible? They would have had 2 anti-magic fields affecting them. When the 2 fields overlapped, they canceled out together. I've heard that it's akin to multiplying 2 negative numbers together. That guy is you. It's Pucas and a cricket. 1 second. Would you like to tell me more about... Would you like me to tell you more about the wonderful objects that we have on display in our museum? Oh, you meant that guy. Well. It's a painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Cuthbert. He was an alchemist and inventor from one of the branch families. He's well known for his studies into imbuing intelligence into automatons. Intelligent automatons. Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Cooper's research to create these constructs. So in essence, Von Sanctus is taking credit for someone else's work. Anyway. Ugh. What's the point of having a lab coat if I don't use it every now and then? So what is a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Haroldson? Harold! Right, Harold. Anyways, Lord Frege invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. Must think it adds a semblance of culture, the fool. You own a museum? Yes, it's the Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homhearth. That's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Honestly, I think you're the only person in years who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Small monkey. Sorry, but I have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Your familiar? A familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I can communicate with him telepathically. I could even cast my spells through him if I wanted to. Really, I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. Interesting. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be after all. Harold. Harold! As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge about the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. I love this. I just noticed Eugene's bow tie. I love this monkey. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or even outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because of that, it's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. They let this simpleton... Hey, fuck you, Harold Haroldson. Rude, but you suppose that can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. In the history of the ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting powers to humans? Well, of course, that's the entire premise behind the 7 Heroes of Wyvernguard. Does this idiot not even know about that? Right, but was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Granting supernatural abilities, you say? That sounds more like something demonic in nature rather than draconic. Demonic? Much like the ancient dragons, demons are the stuff of myths. There are many stories of people selling their souls for them and souls to them for untold power. Selling their souls? You recall the note your mother left for you before she was evacuated. Use my eyes. Peer behind the divine gate as I once did. She told you to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with the demon to give you the Eye of Horus? Is something wrong? Simpleton is far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. It's a bit too much to take in, but you might just be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in recent history. There are only second-hand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? You hope Celeste's investigation is going better than yours. Am I gonna get to play as Celeste? Yo, this chapter rocks! How dare you insinuate that I engaged in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough! If you try to speak with me again, I'll have the Kingsguard throw you out. This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What? Did you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. Celeste? Parkour? Have you been spying on me? Not intentionally. I was just surprised to see you here of all places. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. Honestly, that raises more questions than answers, but we'll take your word for it. Anyways, you're looking for your birth parents, aren't you? Was I being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. We've read your foil. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover. But, what? You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not? No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you two behave around each other, I just assumed. It's pretty obvious you have feelings for him. But, how obvious? Did he seriously not notice? Oh, he'd think someone with his deductive reasoning skills would easily see through you. Oh yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, I was there at Von Sanctus Manor. It's so obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him. And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? Do you honestly think I'd fall for something like that? What are you falling for? Your Highness? Oh, hello, Lady Sealwind. Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. Your conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origin of the Eye of Horus still remain a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom, and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster and Steelwind? Hey, Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? It suits you very well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. Gross. As you approach the group, you're stopped by a knight from the Kingsguard. He stares you down. What? Repario Arcanum. That was the incantation for detect magic. The knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you lately, so we shouldn't be able to see any traces of magic. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert! What was that all about? My apologies. They are making sure you weren't disguising yourself with an illusion. Kingsguard charged with keeping us safe. They must take every precaution to protect us. Oh? And who might you be? Do not speak so familiarly with me, peasant. Alaric, don't speak with him like that. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I am Prince Alaric de Wyvengard the Sixth. I will not demote myself by showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't he mean demean? I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone. She started it. Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We were just accompanying Miss Tamora. Her client has business with Lord Frege. Her client? Beatrice? Beatrice suddenly storms through the ballroom. She almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Did a discussion with Lord Frege go badly? Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you. She called him Aster instead of Your Highness. Do they personally know each other? I'm glad to see you again. See? 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 Is that really all you have to say? Appears you two have much to talk about. We'll be taking my leave. There's a bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going too. See. Yeah. Wow, that was awkward. Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. She's working with Miss Tamora, but somehow she knows Lord Frege and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways. Parkour. Anyways, how did your investigation go? I got nothing. I think all I did was make a bunch of the nobles mad. Sorry, I know you really wanted answers, but I'm sure something will come up. You think so? Might be a little irresponsible to give her hope like this. A nobler abandoned her at a tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find. Anyways, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me. What? That's not really something Don't be like that. How often do we get to go to a party like this? Before you have a chance to object, she grabs your hand and starts dragging you to the middle of the room. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats nearby. Celeste, people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. She takes hold of your other hand and begins to pull you into a waltz. I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before. It's easy. Just stop being so awkward about it. It's easy for her to say. Alright, just tell me what I need to do. Well, first, you need to be closer to me. With one swift motion, she pulls your body closer to hers. Watch my movements and try to follow my lead. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? I see. Keep room for Jesus! You really don't know much about her, do you? You carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match her movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm, but you still accidentally step on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything. You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, do it. You try to break eye contact with her, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself being drawn back into her eyes. You feel so embarrassed that you're becoming lightheaded, and you find yourself perspiring more than usual. But at the same time, you don't have any urge to break away from her. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling. Ah, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you still detect feelings of nervousness from her. Is she just as flustered as you are? You find yourself relaxing a bit more, and you're somehow able to continue matching her movements. See, there you go. Although, what is it? You know how the man is supposed to lead, right? Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes. Or maybe you just suck at this. It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always something you needed to prepare for. A client that needed saving, a culprit that needed catching. But you're quite content with this one brief moment you're able to spend with her. Oh, you almost find yourself getting lost in the mood. No! No! Why can't the last two stories of this just be a nice story about these two idiots realizing that they care about each other? And also Steel, Wind, and Aster. No, don't tell me. The knights storm their way toward where Beatrice and Aster are. Several of the attendees take notice. They all stop what they're doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frege, by authority of the Wyvern God Crown, you're under arrest. Did he just say Beatrice Frege? Damn it. You're right, Celeste. It was just getting good. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frege. I can't really do that, Your Highness. Aster, what's going on? It's Lord Frege. He was found murdered in his study, and these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. Sorry, Your Highness, but my orders came straight from Steelwind. Lady Steelwind sent you? Beatrice takes in a deep breath and claps her hands together. I should go with them. What? No! My brother is right. They have no right to... I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. Okay. Only if that's what you truly want. But you can't just let them take her away. Brother, she's correct. It's not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. But however... Yes, Your Highness? Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Did you just say she's blind? Anyways, we're gonna need to take you to Holding Cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her through. Please, I may be disabled, but I'm not a child. Beatrice walks past the knights and heads toward the foyer. It appears that she already knows the way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right, Inquisition, move out! You definitely didn't expect the night to go like this. Just what's going on here? I can't believe they kept us here until noon. The Lord's Ball was already running well into the night even before the murder occurred. You'd like nothing more than to catch up on your lost sleep, but you made a promise to Aster. This doesn't make any sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night. Right, you were there when she met with him in Steelwind. She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell-eating and have murdered her father. I don't understand. Of all the people that could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert? What? But we just said that Miss Tamora will. I know, and I don't doubt her abilities, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. He said that she was a dear friend. They must know each other since she's a Frege. But why would Miss Tamora, of all people, represent a member of a noble house? There are still a lot of things you don't know about her. Of course, I'll also compensate you for your services. Consider yourself blessed. A commoner like you could only dream of a job like this. Alaric. Tiny Prince has a point, though. A payment from the Crown Prince does sound tempting. I can't believe this. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She's changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong? People in the courtroom said they couldn't find my sword. They told me that someone must have stolen it. What? Huh. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from your group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. Someone might have stolen it because of its rarity. We got some fucking weebs among the nobles. We can probably keep an eye out for it while we investigate the manor. This might all just be some kind of mistake. I hope so. But anyways, where should we start first? We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing they found Lord Frege's body in his study. Let's go over there.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay. To the study. You arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition knights. However, you also spot some members of the King's Guard. They must be working together since the victim is from one of the Pillar families. We wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. We thought Ruby Tomorrow was defending this case. Prosecutor Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study, and she's followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Wallace, what are you doing here? Here is my aid for the investigation. You don't doubt Wallace's abilities, but you can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need his help. But you suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. He hired us to investigate this case independently. We see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, we'll do whatever I can to help you. This whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your role remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what happened. Ah! What's wrong? You can't see it, but this entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything is glowing white. Right, makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere. I won't bother you showing the traces of abjuration I find while we're here. There's a pool of blood and a chalk outline where the body must have been. A window that leads into this room. Could the murderer escape through here? No, the window doesn't open and the glass is magically reinforced. But if there was an anti-magic field, a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work here. There's a bookshelf filled with books. Wonder what kind of books Lord Frege owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank. All of his real books are on the floor or his desk. There are several books about economics and politics. Doesn't look like there's anything of note. It's a fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here? It wouldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it. It's a painting of some sort of scholar. There's some text on it. Rook Resingnar, economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook, due to his ability to cook the books of the four pillar houses. Rook the Cook. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that. What about Crimson Demon? Not that one. That's right, we don't know anything about the fact that that's her nickname.
Arcanum.
There's a trace of illusion magic where the body was. The assailant must have used some kind of magical disguise. Or they turned themselves invisible. Alright, well, let's talk to Steelwind. What can you tell me about the murder? William Frege was found dead in this room after the lockdown was lifted. Wait, lockdown? What lockdown? What we can tell is his throat had been slashed open with a letter opener. The cause of death was blood loss. Both of his carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report if you want a detailed description. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, the murderer left it at the crime scene. It was the letter opener owned by the victim. The murderer must have found it in this room and used it. There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that detail, but it is as if something crushed the handle using tremendous force. Interesting. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? Oh. Oops. Lockdown. You mentioned there was a lockdown. When did this happen? You didn't notice? The Inquisition did Troy to be discreet. But everyone knows the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. Oh, I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, aren't you? Someone's jealous. Oh. Well, anyways, you said that Lord Frege's body was found after the lockdown. That means that something else must have happened prior. Supposedly, someone had broken into one of the Heraldson exhibits. One of the magical artifacts was stolen. So there was also a theft last night. Does the manor's lockdown system behave like the one at the Imperial Academy? Systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the manor. So not all of the rooms were locked. But what about this specific room? This room does have abjuration wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. In addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. An anti-magic field? What is that? Anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect. If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. She Tyrion on my cuff till I burnt. Okay. Each of those crystals produced an anti-magic field during the lockdown. Okay. So no one could cast magic during the entirety of the lockdown? Not exactly. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. Except that where anti-magic fields overlap, they cancel out. And that's probably not something that most people know. Artifact. You mentioned that someone could have used the stolen artifact to get past the anti-magic fields. Which artifact was it? It was the Sword of Spell-Eaten. That was the demon-forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends were true, someone could have used it to counteract the lockdown system. After Lord Harrison reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try and find it, but it was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom. And that led them to believe that she had stolen it. That's correct. Kingsguard moved to arrest her, but Prince Aster ordered them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended. But then they found Lord Frega's body. Correct. We believe she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into Lord Frega's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Or perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear the sword wasn't the murder weapon. So she's not just being implicated in Lord Frega's murder, she's also being charged with stealing the sword of spell eating. What possible reason would she have to do either of these crimes? Since the body was found here, was Lord Frege locked in this room during the lockdown? Yes. William Frege knew this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood and locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was his daughter. His daughter? Are you talking about Miriam? No, Lord Frege had another daughter. I'm referring to Leifi Frege, Lord Frege's middle child. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in his study for the rest of the night. When did this happen? It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 a.m. I see. Just meeting with Beatrice, William returned to his study, locked himself in the study. Only person spoke to was Leife, a little after 1 a.m. Interesting. Leife must have been the last person to see Lord Frege alive then. You should speak with her and get more details about Lord Frege's actions that night. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the manor? I do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. Okay. Were there any other witnesses aside from Leife who saw Lord Frege that night? Perhaps someone heard what happened from a nearby room? There was someone who heard the altercation, but it was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room with the storage room. He supposedly heard sounds of a struggle through that vent. What did this witness hear? There were sounds of a struggle before he heard Lord Frege choking on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the Kingsguard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body. I see. Who was the servant? Oh, I believe you actually know him. His name is Jen Hughes. Wait, Mr. Hughes is here? You never expect to see him again, much less here of all places. But if you heard the altercation, you'll definitely want to speak with him. I think I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. From the way you're both acting, you and Aster seem to know her. Your mentor didn't tell you about her. No, I try not to pry into her business. I see. I honestly don't know much about what happened either. But Beatrice was Lord Frege's eldest daughter and the former heir to House Frege. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Frege Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she'd gone. She ignored any attempts we made to contact her. She even used her magic to prevent us from scrying on her. Last night's bowl was the first time in years that Aster and I had seen her. Interesting. But if that's true, then how did Miss Tamora meet her? Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything about their meeting. Damn it, what could that meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As the defendant's attorney, I would have thought she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. That is strange, but Miss Tamora's always had her own way of doing things. Perhaps she's using a different strategy. Anyways, I imagine she met with her father to request financial aid. Why do you say that? I have it on good authority she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason why she would speak with her father after all these years. It's also why I believe she murdered her father. You think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. Alright, there's a lot to work through here. The prosecution will try to assert that Beatrice committed the murder. What would she have needed to do to carry out all the actions described? So the first thing we need to do is narrow down the time in which the murder occurred. The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted. And Leif Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study and she watched as the lock engaged. So the murder occurred during the lockdown. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. But that means the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. These wards blocked teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading into this room. Steelwind and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the sword of spell aiding to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume the murderer used some sort of magic nullification to get into William's study. But that's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were trapped in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards entered his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility? Or they could have teleported away the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. Teleportation didn't occur. We didn't find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? Well, I'll admit that we did find traces of illusion magic, but the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hidden in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure they weren't here before or after the lockdown. That means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards to protect this room. Next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. The murderer took the murder weapon. So, Lord Frege... A murderer took the murder weapon in Frege's study. Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would have implicated them, so they decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. But that leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. What would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? What's flawed with the prosecution's case? Beatrice Frege. Blind. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she were somehow able to break into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Lord Frege's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all this. You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realizing. She must be the one behind this. I suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still ludicrous. I suppose I can't change your mind about that. But I have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered one of your clients was guilty? What? I mean, I tend to have an insight into these sorts of things. That would never happen. Well, I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm only hypothetically speaking. So, what would you do if they were guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. If no one else would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me, but I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. We see. Why do you ask? No reason. Okay. Anyways, she's made her stance clear. You still have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move somewhere else. Okay. So, if Wallace is already with her, that implies she's already been attacked. Which means she's asking us that question because she wants us to prosecute. Storage room. You enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to Lord Frege's study, when you come across a person laying on the floor. What? John, is that you?
Oh man, what's with all the noise? I was having such a good nap, too.
Mr. Hughes. Oh, it's you two. Why are you taking a nap in the storage room? I needed to take a break from all the chaos going on. Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. This pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. I didn't expect anyone to find me here. Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened?
Sure, why not? My nap's kinda ruined anyways.
Alright. Several boxes, cleaning supplies, step ladder. It's a step ladder. I agree. Hey. That's not a step ladder. That's the ladder that stepped up. It's an air vent that leads into Lord Frege's study. Supposedly, John heard the altercation between Lord Frege and his assailant through this.
Repario Arcanum.
So you're working as a servant now? Not exactly, but I was a part of the catering staff.
The twins started their own food business after Frege threw us out of the academy.
Right. Sorry about that. Nah, it's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, I'm sure the board would have found some other way to get rid of us. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too? No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Frege for the Lord's Ball. Thank God, I did not want to do their voices today. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. I wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of gold. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened. Why were you napping here? Didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. I knew that I was trapped here. Right. You recall Steelman mentioning that. Anyways, I heard the sound of some kind of struggle going on. Couldn't hear everything, but I heard Lord Frege shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" That went on for a few seconds. Then I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. Did you hear the voice of the assailant? They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. Or they were trying to mask their voice. Why did you enter the storage room anyway? Servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. Figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked. Didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. Interesting. He only heard a few words before the murder struck the final blow. Doesn't give you much to go on, but it has someone who could be relevant later. Now you should move somewhere else. Yeah, the phrase, "who are you," sort of implies that it wasn't someone he knew. Come on, Tracker, where are you? Achoo! As you enter Beatrice's room, you're unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. Wow, this place has not been cleaned. Huh? Your vision clears up and you realize there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. No, there's no need to apologize. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. We're investigating the murder of William Frege. Oh, I see. My apologies, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leifi. Leifi Frege. So this is Leifi. According to Steele, when she was the last person to see Lord Frege alive yesterday, she might have some information about how he was acting that night. It's a highly extravagant bed, similar to one in Miriam's dorm. Its dresser covered by a layer of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. Its table for guests was extremely dusty.
Repario Arcanum.
There's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus. What? It's my sword. What? You never knew her sword had a name. The Crimson Demon has Crimson Lotus. So this is where it's been. But why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow? But why? The only thing similar about them is they're both swords. There's definitely more to this, but what? So that sword has been updated in your notes. Wait a second. It's not a magic sword. Not text log. Hello everybody, welcome to my floor! Oh? We're doing makeup? We already looked around. Sorry for your loss, Lady Frege, but do you mind if I ask you some questions about last night? Of course. Prosecutor Steelman told us you were the last person to see him live, and drinking a little bit of wine as a treat. Ah! Little treat for a Friday night. I just have some ginger ale as a little treat. Prosecutor Steelman told us you were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he wanted to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. He was probably making the changes to his will. Now that's an interesting thought. When did you speak with him last? using this as background noise for BG3 because his accents are very relaxing. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. So before they activated the lockdown, it was a little after 1 a.m. that night. Interesting. Do you have any idea what he was doing in his study? Oh, what? No, I have no idea. You detect some fear from her. Lady Frigate, is there something you're not telling us? It's important that we know about your father's actions before his death. I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father was a private man and didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. Practicing my Parfy look? Nice. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed. I wish I could be of more help, but I really don't know anything else. She's clearly holding something back. If you can reveal what she's hiding through an argument, ta! You'll need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, you should figure out what else she knows. Hee hee hee. I like arguments. Beatrice's room. I noticed that this room hasn't been cleaned recently. Do you know why? It's because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. And why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her after she left. I suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. And what about the sort of spell eating? Do you know how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. It's possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room, though. William. What kind of person was your father? That's a lot of emotions, and not good ones. Didn't look like William Frege was very beloved. My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. I see. Did he have any enemies? As the head of House Frege, he controlled nearly every bank and house in Wavengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he'd slighted recently? There was Lloyd von Sanctus, the ruling lord of Oranax. Yes, I heard he was recently involved in a court case. My father's been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of von Sanctus Industries. From what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. Von Sanctus' reputation must have taken a hit after the Dragon trials. Good! He deserved it! You doubt he'd get himself involved in another murder. But you can never be too sure. I want to speak with him and get more Oh. Although would he even consider cooperating with you? Anyways, are there any other enemies he might have had? No, none that I can think of. I don't want to talk to Von Sanctus again. I don't want to do Von Sanctus's voice again. I don't remember Von Sanctus's voice. What can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 18, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's, but it was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. Everyone thought Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father, but our family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. What? No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disability as an excuse to take away the little influence she had. There was an accident that gave her disability? Is that why she's blind? Typical. Yeah, fucking asshole, misogynist. If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Just even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but it was from a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resultant explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. I can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. But that didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me he was relieving her of her duties so she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social stand-in. She was reduced to a mere decoration for our home. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time that she was missing? No. No one had heard from her during that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. I have no idea what would cause her to return here. I think you've learned everything you can for now. Perhaps you should move elsewhere. Sitting room. Yeah, not quite enough for an argument yet. Find one of its many sitting rooms. And there, you happen to spot a very familiar face. Sipping on a glass of wine, and his expression turns disdainful the moment you enter the room. Oh, wonderful, as if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Oranax when my affairs are in such disarray. Anyways, forget what I'm doing here. What are you doing here? Oh, I just wanted to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. I hear you've been keeping busy since we last met. Must be difficult losing your empire to House Frigga. Tyrion, we do need his help. Is that so? And what makes you think I'd ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off of you. And let's face it, with your reputation, you could use all the help you can get. How dare you! I'll have you know I am still a respected member of the nobility. Respected. Is that why everyone's talking about your hand in Justin Way's death? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what little remains of your reputation. But it makes no difference to me, and to be honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the sand and embarrass you a second time. You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together. Very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions. Well, first we're going to take a look around here. Chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house exude wealth. Shelf filled with books. Fake books. They're completely blank. Door to the hallway. Perhaps I should consider locking it to keep out undesired guests. Painting of some adventurers in a tavern. Ah, this must be Beatrice Frege the First. The First? According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Wyvengard. She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation. It's hard to imagine the Freges coming from such humble beginning. Wait, what? What is it now? That muscular man in the corner, he just vanished. What are you on about? There was never a man there. Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right. No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that are... Or maybe it's Eris. Ooh.
Arcanum.
Von Sanctus' motive. Oh, wait! Draconic and demonic abilities defy the rules of magic. Okay, so Eris is in league with demons. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? Wouldn't you have much to gain from William Frege's death? On a surface level, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Frege controls the banking houses. They're the main pillar of support for Wyvengard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences, regardless of who inherits the house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frege's death. He mentioned that other people would benefit from Frege's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. Do you mean the prosecutor's father? But you just said Lord Frege's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Do you think that brute cares about Wyvengard's economy? No. All that man cares about is power. Pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Frege have been fighting for control of Wyvengard for generations. And in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military have become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to the crown prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family anymore. The death of William Frege is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind has been waiting for. If our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. That does make sense, but could Arya's father really be involved with this? It's clear you think Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Frege's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Really? Why would he do that? I'm not sure of the specifics, but supposedly Lord Haraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Wyvengard's history from his exhibits. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard William declared he would be removing House Haraldson from his estate. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you need to examine every possibility. As the curator, he would have easiest access to the sort of spell eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you should give Mr. Haraldson a chance to explain himself. Oh, no, I don't want to move. What can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client. Surely you would know her better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled Frege's estate 5 years ago. In doing so, she not only dealt a blow to House Frege's reputation, but she also directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Aster? Yes, it was quite the scandal at the time, and Lucio wasted no time in pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Oh, is that why those three were so awkward last night? Honestly, this situation is just an absolute mess. That woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return complicates things? What did you mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? please, don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine. If you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Lefe. Lefe? I have no idea how that's supposed to be pronounced. Lefe? I think everyone's been saying Lefe? 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 I don't know. Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Lefe would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Lefe were arranged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at last my Jaden would stand at the helm of House Frege. You nobles are absolutely awful. Think what you will, I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Lefe has already expressed resistance to this marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now I worry she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Interesting. Lefe never mentioned any of this, as much as she hated to think it, William's death would get her out of her arranged marriage. You should talk to her about this. Anyway, Von Sanctus gave you decent little suspects, you probably own everything, it's best to move. Alright. No.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay, no. Can't do anything with that information just yet. You return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. However, you don't see Mr. Harrelson anywhere. The Inquisition must be questioning him. Perhaps you should follow another lead while you wait for him to return. The display case is completely shattered. He was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. Speaking of a researcher. Supposedly his name is Matt Ferland. What's that? I have no idea. Display case holding the earrings of vitality is completely untouched. Whoever stole the artifacts ignored it. Interesting.
Repario Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is the school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Someone must have used a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Adventures. Supposedly one of Frege's ancestors was part of a band of adventurers, but you can't help but feel there should be someone in the top left corner. Interesting. Alright, maybe we need to present. What can you tell me about this, Lady Frege? My apologies, I don't think there'll be much help with that. Really? You can't tell me anything about your own engagement. It's not time for an argument yet. Is there something I can present? I'm sure Beatrice's return must have been surprising to you. Because, to be honest, I've been hoping for years that she'd finally return. But now that she has, she's just gotten pulled into another of our family's messes. Man, he was my father, but I can't say I have fond memories of him. He must have been difficult to deal with. You have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain his power and status, including his own daughters. Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh. He never saw her as a worthy successor to our family's legacy, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip away any power she had left. I can only imagine how difficult that must have been for all of you. It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family. Psychological profile complete. Alright. I hope everyone's ready for one of the most banger tracks in this game. Lady Frege seems to be hiding what her father was doing in his study. You doubt she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think that it's relevant to the case. But William Frege had many enemies, and he retreated into his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Start an argument with Lady Frege? Yep. Hell, oh, Bookboy314. Psychological profile. She has no reason to trust you, believes in Beatrice's innocence over everything else. You are on my car ride home. Usually sincere, so it's unlikely she's actually involved in her father's murder. She might react well if you respond with a similar sincerity. So there's something you're not quite telling us, Leafy. Because I have a feeling you might know more than you're letting on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. My father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. I have no idea what my father was doing, but you talked to him. I'm just not sure which piece of evidence says that you talked to him. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? What? Why did you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't. The thoughts you saw earlier seem to disagree with that. We've only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks Beatrice murdered your father. Here's to me not dying from the rain. It's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is a likely motive behind his murder. Many people would have a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How could you even think I'd be capable of something like this? Sincerity. So I should probably rationalize. I didn't mean to imply you were involved in this, but it's clear the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. I didn't mean to imply you were involved in this, but it's clear the murderer's motive was to take control of House Frege. That means their plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how is your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. I've already told you, my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me. Is that really true, though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus, and I also know that as part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Frege instead of you. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it, which means you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me, Miss Frege? I can't trust you. What? You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. The Four Pillar families and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me this information won't be used against my family? So that's why she's been so secretive. Give me a complete 1.5 minute rundown of the case. Okay, so we started out actually playing this as our mentor, Miss Tamora, which was really cool, but she said a lot of things that made me uncomfortable, and it was also heavily implied that she is working for the Eye Taker, who is Eris's father. Steelwind started prosecuting the case, and we defended as Tamora, but then Steelwind was, it was revealed that she had been attacked earlier in the day, and Wallace was there to heal her, but her wounds gave way, or she gave into her wounds. Wallace gave a note to the bailiff, and then went up to the gallery, at which point Tyrion showed up and was like, I can't let you do this. We have to finish this case. So I'm going to be prosecuting, not defending, when we come back to the present. So basically, at the ball, Lord Frege's estranged daughter came back, left his office unhappy about something. A sword that can cancel out magic was found in her bedroom that had been stolen earlier in the night, and her father was dead. I think that's the 1.5 minute rundown of the case. It's unlikely she's actually involved in wrong. She believes in Beatrice's innocence over everything else. Not that one. Thanks, no problem. Similar sincerity. There's nothing I could possibly... I think it's this one. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. And to do that, I need to know everything he was doing that night. Argument 1. And Maddie is going her parfait makeup and drinking wine. I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? You're about to reassure you that will, but something in the back of your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what really happened. Okay. If that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know. What was William doing? I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I didn't know who I could trust. I'm talking to a demon in Baldur's Gate 3. Nice. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned and was even more impudent than before. He must have been angry about something she said during their meeting. Did he tell you what their meeting was about? He didn't, and I honestly didn't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned, but my father clearly felt the opposite. Before he entered his study, he told me he would be pruning the family tree. He was going to disinherit my sister and several other members of our family. I probably started drafting a new will to reflect that decision. Huh. On the night of the murder, Beatrice finally returned home. Okay, now wait a second. Because this absolutely disproves what was testified to earlier. Has anyone found the draft of this will? No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. The modified will is missing. He doubted it would even be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. But you can't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Did anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steele when she was questioning me. Because it would have given Beatrice a motive to commit the murder? Anyways, thank you, Miss Frigga. Mr. Cuthbert, yes? My sister is not a bad person. There's no way she'd do something like this. Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Ruby Tamora is the one defending her in the trial, after all. I hope so. Anyways, you think you've learned everything you can from Leif. There's only one last person to speak to you. Harold Haraldson. I hope you're ready, Isaac. Because Harold Haraldson is somewhat of a character. This is a complete mess. So you enter the gallery, you spot Haraldson inspecting the shattered remnants of a display case. If you recall correctly, the display case that he's looking at once held the sword of spell eating. Oh fuck, what did this man's voice even spell like? Or sound like? Legend has... Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd be seeing you again. Seems word to spread about your deal with Aster. Hello again, Mr. Haraldson. I hate the little gentleman. Why do you hate Eugene? What? How can you hate Eugene the monkey? Hello again, Mr. Haraldson. Harold! Right, Harold, I'm sure you already know I'm investigating the murder of William Frigga. The prosecution suspects that someone used the sword of spell-eating to break into Lord Frigga's room. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the theft last night. I'll tell you what I can, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. The artifacts. Oh, crap. I'm just gonna skip through this, because I missed a piece of dialogue, and I'm going to want to read it again. Can't believe I'm using... Oh, there wasn't anything. Okay. The little guy deserves much better. Okay. Yeah, but... I'm confused. Do you hate the little dude on the shoulder, or think the little dude on his shoulder deserves better? Can't believe a museum owns such a powerful item. I would have expected the noble houses to take it for themselves. Both. Why not both? I mean, I guess, sure. These are contradictory. Well, the nobility of today doesn't have much use for items such as these. The power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. I have issues with Streamlabs tonight. It doesn't want to keep the chat scrolling, so I have to keep moving over and actually manually scrolling it. Power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. A noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. A demon? Alright, the sword of spell-eating is said to have been forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got. Well, legends say the demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding contract? The concept is similar. Once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It said that violating its terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is. So I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand it's possible to exploit and use loopholes in any construct. And according to the legends, demons create great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. True. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses in the gallery at that time? That's the strangest thing. Supposedly the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. What? That can't be right. And honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter that display case anyways. Look at this little guy. How can you dislike this little guy? He's got a bow tie. Were the wards protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It'd be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. Interesting. But if the gallery was under an anti-magic field... So you're saying that force the pledge was excessive? Yes, that's not the worst of it. It's clear the Sword of Spell Eating wasn't the only item that was stolen. What? Was another artifact stolen last night? You mentioned that another item was stolen. Yes, it's extremely concerning. After the Sword of Spell Eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. Unlike the Sword of Spell Eating, we still haven't found the armbands. Take a look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. He is the monkey from the movie Nope. They've been removed, but the glass case is completely intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. What? Interesting. What's going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related, or did two thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter the display case. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects for the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could have cast spells that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic is powerful enough to have done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't sit quite well with me either. Was there anyone else at the Lord's Ball capable of matching Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could invoke magic this powerful. But apparently Beatrice is an exception to that. Is Beatrice really that powerful? Or is she being scapegoated by one of the house leaders? But the case can be opened normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport the artifacts from place to place? Ah, yes. Magical locks on the case can be disabled. Check some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. So Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Harold, a witness told us that you got into an argument with William Frege on the night of the murder. Was William Frege planning on defunding the Haraldson Hall of History? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean that I had anything to do with this murder. We're not saying you did, but I need to explore every possibility. So I need to ask, did your argument that night turn hostile? I'll admit our discussion turned heated, but it never escalated to threats or violence. How insulting he was, it should have. William was being unreasonable and I was frustrated, but that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. The eye shows more resentment than he's letting on. Did you have any conflicts with him prior to that night? We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed some of the exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you've noticed the rise in tensions between common folk and the nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of avant-garde history. And citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed my historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. Nothing but simpletons, a lot of them. The nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history, as if they couldn't get any worse. Anyways, it's clear that Harold is passionate about his work. Would that passion drive him far enough to commit murder, though? Thank you for your time, Harold. Harold! I think we'll be on our way now. You have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people had a motive to murder William Frege, but who actually did it? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything you've learned. Motives aside, let's go over the events that happened that night. It all started when the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief with the Sword of Spell Eating? Powerful magic. The thief is a powerful mage. One thing to dispel the wards, remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration ward to shatter the glass. Doing something like that would have required an extremely powerful spell, more powerful than what would be needed. The thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. What about Harold? He could have just unlocked it using his password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but he couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that, and I doubt Harold would lie about that when we could easily confirm it with Steelwind. Right, but then what happened next? They brazenly stole the Sword of Spell Eating. This caused Harold to report the theft to the King's Guard. After Lord reported the theft, the Inquisition placed the matter on lockdown. That led him to believe she had stolen it. Then there's Leafy's statement. My father was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice must have offended him during the meeting. Tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. This happened before they activated the lockdown, lower for one that night. What does this tell us about William Frigga? Leify's account gives us a clear fact about when William died. Beatrice? Harold Leify. William died after the theft. William died after the body was found. After the lockdown was activated. William Frigga was murdered after the lockdown was activated. Means whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown and broke into the magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right? That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field would have also had the same effect. And the murderer could have stolen the Spell Eater sword to throw off the investigation. But anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages would be able to cast it. Beatrice? Like Triss from Divergent? Christ. And I doubt any of the nobles here will let us see their spell compendiums. But because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we can still conclude the murder's a powerful mage. Actually narrows down our list of suspects. That's still not concrete evidence, though. And we haven't spoken to all the suspects yet. Right, you never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steelwind, but given his status, you wonder if that would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start, and it's not as if we're defending this case. The trial's getting close anyways. You don't doubt Miss Tamura's abilities, but you should share what you've learned with her before the trial begins. Oh, Isaac, there was also one other very important part of this case. We did dance with Celeste, and I need these two to become a couple, desperately. It's a little strange you haven't seen her since the investigation began. But she might be meeting with Beatrice at the dungeon. To the dungeon. To the dungeon. You arrive at the dungeon and search for Miss Tamura. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice. At least that's what you thought, but you don't see her anywhere. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert? Oh, hi. You're so caught up in your thoughts you didn't notice you were walking right in front of Beatrice's spell. Who's Celeste? Our bodyguard. The one who's with us everywhere. The one we were just talking to. You were so caught up in your thoughts you didn't notice you were walking right in front of Beatrice's cell. I didn't expect to see you here. Celeste looks out a shriek as Eris... This is Celeste. As Eris approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards her sword. It appears she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here? Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. The Eye Taker? He sent me here to help her through this ordeal. That brings up many more questions, but you don't really have time to pull on that thread. You have less than an hour before the trial begins. You need to find Miss Tamura. Have either of you seen Miss Tamura? I have some things to share with her. She was just here, but she left her chief some documents from her office. Do you have any idea when she'll be back? She didn't say, but if your discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message on to her. Oh, the anime girl, one with white hair. Yes. You feel a little hesitant for some reason, but her life is on the line. If anyone should know about what you found during her investigation, it's her. Okay, let me tell you what I know. Spend some time going through your findings with Beatrice. From your list of suspects, the possible motives behind the murder, you notice that with each revelation she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. I see, you've certainly been very thorough. Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. We underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Astor, he might suspect something. What? Sorry, I was just deep in thought. And you were able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware that Prince Astor has your best interests at heart. I know. Even though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I'd still consider him a dear friend. Then I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him? Of course not. This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved. Wait, what was that? Her thoughts just said she was involved. Did she actually murder her father? Something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. You look a little pale. Beatrice was actually behind this, but how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated through the manor and avoided the guards. No, you must be taking her thoughts out of context. That's it. Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. Think very carefully what to say next. There's one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? Tyrion? You see her gaze narrow in response to your question. Once again, she claps her hands together. She's clearly trying to stay calm. Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert? You didn't answer my question, Beatrice. As if I'd even need to justify it with a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert, I was not responsible for my father's murder. At least not directly. I was technically an accomplice. An accomplice? Did she work together with someone? Cuthbert? Miss Tamura. The mentor seems to have sensed the mood in the air. She raised an eyebrow at you. Miss Tamura, can I speak with you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Miss Tamora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Miss Tamora's gaze narrowed. Her eyes dart around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? I used the Eye of Horus on her. She conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frege's death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they'd believe me anyways. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities. Okay, just sit quiet about this for the time being. Anyways, I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you? Of course I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty. I saw it. Look, at this point I don't know what you saw. Do you think I can just abandon a client minutes before trial? No, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has the right to an attorney. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. But you don't want there to be a prosecutor. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. What? But I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later. Ooh, before you have a chance to respond, Miss Tamora walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches you. Hey, Tyrion, is everything okay? Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this. What? You don't blame her for not believing. It's not as if you can tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why haven't you told her? Alright, I believe you. What? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? But if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? Think long and hard for a minute. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Steelwind is handling the prosecution, and she's definitely no pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved. Alright, if you say so. It's really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. It's none of your business. This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and a bigot anyway. He's a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world is better off without him, and it's not as if you didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert. Cuthbert? What in the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Who are you kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing. Oh, yeah. Your Honor, the prosecution. I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt of court. Wait. You didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something into his ear. What? I see. Very well, then. What are they saying? It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead. What the hell? You can't be serious. I'm honestly just as surprised as you are, Miss Tamora. But Miss Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's also legal. You recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today. What would you do if one of your clients was guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. If no one else would represent them. I don't know, it would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I'd never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. Steelwind. Did she somehow know this would happen? Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go. I do enjoy... I'm just as surprised as you are. I do enjoy the attention to detail that even with all the assets they've reused in this game, they did flip the courtroom for our talkings with Celeste. Shortly after you brushed onto the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. I guess we're really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand. No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? What? Please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us. Scaled Lord Celeste. For the love of... I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her. With all these interruptions, I think it best to review the proceedings until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frege's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Miss Tamora? You are, Your Honor. Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frege repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege to the stand once more. Miss Frege, could you please give your testimony to the court once more? Of course. One day we all woke up and we discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. Don't do make when you're drinking wine. My father later called me and my sister into the study. He told us that he had completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure. Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would be long gone by the night of the murder. Is that really true, though? I would argue it's a great time to do makeup. It's probably on this one.
Objection!
Miss Frege, it's clear you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you after all these years. Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds. I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Tamora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago, so perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her. Excuse me? I did nothing of the sort. Miss Frege, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago. Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear they had no understanding of my father's estate. They had no understanding? Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Lady Frege. What? And she should have also been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago. But, well, she must be mistaken then. Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leifa give her testimony directly? I must agree with you, Miss Tamora. Lady Frege should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looks way too confident. What's she planning? You're not sure it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Miss Tamora expecting Leifa to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege to the scene. I keep thinking it's going to say Lady Frege. Miss Frege, when you spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice, and he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct? Yes, I did say that. You see, Leifa, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think she's committed perjury. What? I wouldn't go so far as to say, witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences, even for someone of your sister's status. No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying you can corroborate your sister's testimony? Miss Tamora, you can't just intimidate the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen depending on what she does next. The choice is ultimately hers. So, Leifa, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course. I'll drink wine and do makeup right now, watch. So when do they kiss? You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. I'm noticing some strange activity in these dares that are occurring in chat. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frege's future. I'm sorry that her accent is so inconsistent. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frege was planning for his estate. If he's definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Miss Frege is playing her like a fiddle. I'm a man of the people, Pucas. They have spoken. Okay. Luckily for you, she's not the only person who gave her statement to you. Yes, you did.
Objection!
Okay. I guess that's not quite it. Who dares me to drink wine and read a book on the couch while curled up in a tiny ball? Is this it?
Objection!
No. Drink wine and voice chat while we all game together. Yeah, I know. If that were true, why would he tell you he was disinheriting Beatrice? Perhaps it was a warning. I had my own share of disagreements with him after all. Even now, I have no way of knowing if he was telling me the truth or not. That would depend on what Miss Tamora and Beatrice discussed with Lady Frege. Right now, you still have no idea what they even talked about. Did William Frege really lie to them? From what we've heard, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. He clearly had very little respect for his daughters. But there were other people that he did respect. Right, was there anyone else they would have told the truth to? Ah, I just presented the wrong thing for the right thing. Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future? No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us. If Cam gets in there and monopolizes the conversation with his views on zipper merch, consider it. But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you know exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night. What? Leify, according to Lloyd von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct? I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business. Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Leify's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage, and because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Leify. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection.
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption. And what assumption would that be, Miss Tamora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously, otherwise there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise. And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically. What are you talking about? It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Leify Frege was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, a few months ago, Miriam Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leify. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But he wouldn't... Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. No, Isaac, that's an L-take. Theater is meant to be seen and not read. Unless you're going to, deny the claims of one Brian David Gilbert. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Miss Tamora, are you threatening her? As I said before, I'm merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do? Damn it, she's pressuring Leify to side with her. She's clearly conflicted, though. Isn't there anything you can do? You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? You wonder. I'm sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait a minute. No, wait. It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
make up for it by keeping me company while I play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. You did it. You activated the Empowered Eye. There has to be something in her mind you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitively prove what was on his will? Think about your marriage. As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Von Sanx's holdings are weakening by the day. I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family. She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit House Frigga. That confidence must mean she's certain of what was in William's will. But how do you prove that? Think about the Sword of Spell Eating. How did both of the swords find their way into Beatrice's room? Could Tracker have... No, Miss McCoy's sword is one thing, but couldn't possibly broken into the Hellerson gallery. Though he was extremely fixated on it. What? Does she know how Celeste's sword was taken? My marriage to Galactic, my wife, she has abandoned me. Good. There are a lot of marriages happening in my chat tonight, and just in general. As much as you want to follow that lead, it will all be for nothing if you can't turn the trial in your favor. You should try something else. Think about Celeste's sword. Okay, that's the same thing. Think about the inheritance. Okay, that's the same thing. Think about the armbands of intellect. What? Why am I thinking about this? Okay. Think about the murder weapon. I'm thinking about this. Think about the blindness, Beatrice. After all these years, you finally returned. Can't believe this is how things ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this. Didn't get any leads. Father, I knew we had our differences, but I did love you, and I never wanted you to die. She seems surprised about his death. You know Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt it was Leafy. Think about the lockdown. Okay. Think about the rats. Think about familiars. Think about anti-magic field. Think about Ruby Tamora. Ruby Tamora, I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. Wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow. A will reading? She must be talking about William Frigga's will. Ah. Think about the monkey! Oh, sad. Think about Red Robin. Yum. Think about me. This man. I thought Aster hired him to protect Beatrice. Is he betraying us? Or is Beatrice actually... No, she can't be. I used to believe she'd do something like that. Think about the very attractive woman sitting next to me. Why am I thinking about this? Okay. Think about Lloyd. No. Think about the janitor. Think about yourself. Need to make sure I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this, and I'm sure Miriam also has her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then, but they can now. Think about Eris. Think about what you told me the other day. Need to make sure I tell the truth without harming. Okay. Think about the fact that I'm an attorney. I'm so glad I can just do this endlessly. Think about Beatrice being blind. Okay, no, we already did that one. Think about the security. Think about Wallace Nightgrave. Think about Harold. Think about methods of entry. Think about the very tired man in the storage room. Think about the map. think about the first floor. Think about Miriam. I would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice. TJ is no Cam. What? Ah, things are happening in the Discord. She must be trying to protect Beatrice. The Discord? You mean the Discord you can join there? For anyone who's hanging out in stream and isn't in the Discord already? So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. I believe you've had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frega's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frega's will is read to his family. How did you... I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. Joke's on you. I have made contact with the other party. Suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frega's will is read. This case is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. Miss Tamora, you clearly don't believe the defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? You sneaky little... Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I am not. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Aha! First time that rule's worked in my favor. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I will be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. You know what flavors go great together? These nuts. Well, that happened. I'm so glad that the game is responding to me reading jokes from chat. Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking. But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that. Right, that is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, you suppose she was right on the mark. That was still a big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep. Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons. Your work has only started. You still have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading was just an opportunity to stall for time. So the question remains, who really murdered William Frege? What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the solution under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control. Eris, my father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised the verdict would be passed before William Frege's will became public record. This has thrown quite the wrench in our plans. I understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. I better hope you're right, Tamora, or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frege is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or else we'll continue to take drastic measures. Ooh, She's right behind me, isn't she? Let's just say I'm gonna need drink another glass of wine. For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at Frege Manor and see that Beatrice, Leify, Miriam, and Von Sanctus have all gathered. Along with it is Tamora, who's accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. I'm not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air still feels too awkward to approach her and talk about it. Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frege's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyvengard when I say, enough, just get on with it. Ahem. Very well then. To get straight to the point, Lord Frege's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death, although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so unexpectedly. Anyways, Lord Frege's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyvengard, 10 million gold in various investments. 10 million? 10 million. Why does Bubby always concentrate 90% of the green peppers on the same square inch of the foot long? Do they also have a sick and twisted mind? Look, the sandwich charges of Subway, they're insane. 10 million gold. You can't even begin to imagine what anyone could do with even a fraction of that wealth. And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frege noble house. The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical sea on it. I, William Frege, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets, property, both real and personal, to Jaden von Sanctus, provided he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Leify Frege, within 6 months of the date of my death. What? That's... William must have added that addendum to prevent von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicted on Leify accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply waited 6 months, von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate. In the event that Jaden von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement within the specified time frame, my assets and property should be distributed as such. All of House Frege will be divided equally among my children as per the laws of our kingdom. You were right. William Frege never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder. Glance at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leify. Leify, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits. Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frege now, just as it should have been. Actually, about that. In light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frege is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance would be revoked and divided between you and your sister. I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself. That can't be all, can it? Surely William had to note of Leify's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leify Frege is an adult with legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decisions she wishes about who she legally marries. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here! I'd love to catch up with you, Leify, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading. You notice an Inquisition Knight outside the door. He seems to be watching Beatrice intently. But don't worry, I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course. A group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leify follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Tamora. Kind of weird that Leify looks so different than her sisters. About what I did. Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert. It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelman clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressured to do something and you made a rash decision, but I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw. Wait, what? Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend prosecuted mages? But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. That is not up for discussion. I've always regarded and respected Miss Tamora, and you suppose that's always made you deeply scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. You want to believe that. You really do. But deep down, you know that this is wrong. Miss Tamora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. It's that same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand. It's as if she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamora. What? You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair. That's not what I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me. Fine. Do what you want, but you're only going to make things harder for everyone. Tyrion! As soon as Miss Tamora steps out of the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scaled Lord, that's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that. But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean, right now you're just kind of sitting on the floor. Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? You return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. Takes you a while before you feel ready to stand. You okay? Yeah, I just needed a moment. Anyways, Will reading bought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. You should take advantage of the new information we just learned. So, where should we start first? Oh shit! I'm the prosecution. I'm in charge of this man. Right. You are the prosecutor now. So that would technically make you his boss for the time being. For anyone involved, quesadilla in bulk on a baking sheet. It was truly the most ideal situation. Interesting. We could go even harder on the cheese next time. Oh, you always got to go so hard on the cheese. This is weird, right? Yep. Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. What would Steelman normally do in this situation? Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest. Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. While we're lacking a lot of physical evidence, could you and the Inquisition search the gallery and Beatrice's room? Perhaps you could find evidence of how the sword of spell eating was stolen. Whatever you say, boss. That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do? It's clear Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will he was drafting. It might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance. But also, man, you have 8 separate bags of cheese. Yeah? Okay, I don't understand what the problem with having 8 bags of cheese is. Honestly, I'd have more if I could. He did, I counted. He is but one man. Yeah? And? No. Okay. I'm going to make a very rare statement. I'm with Isaac on this one. You can never have too much cheese. To the study. This whole fridge was cheese and alcohol. Yeah, that checks out. Come on, where is it? As you enter William Frigga's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers in his desk. Why isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? But what? As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. But you already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. Notice I didn't say it was too much. I did say it was a lot. Yes. But the statement, he is but one man, does imply that you feel that it's too much. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam? As if that's any of your business. Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. You give a side glance to the knight stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate them into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room. You have a feeling you know what it is. I feel the statement. I feel that the statements, I feel it is abnormal, and I didn't say it was too much, don't really coincide with each other. Because by definition, if it's not too much, then it shouldn't be abnormal. Anyways, I'll stop being a lawyer out of game and start being one in game. We're gonna take a look here.
Repario Arcanum.
So just the illusion. An excess amount doesn't always equate to like too much. I watched a man buy a shopping cart full of white bread. So like. Okay, a shopping cart full of white bread is maybe a little much. I'm not the man, to be clear. I'm not gonna act like I didn't think it was you, Isaac. I would very much believe that you would buy a shopping cart full of white bread. If anyone can distinguish between the two things. Alright, what were you looking for? Appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important you disturb an active crime scene? It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me. Really, because I have a feeling we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you? That's... Were you trying to destroy it before we could get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. No? Is she also suspicious of Beatrice? Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frigga? I just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough? You also suspect something, don't you? Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this. Miss Frigga, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand. I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked for someone else to orchestrate her father's death. Unlike Leify, she didn't immediately deny it. This means she already had her own suspicions. Where's the will, Miriam? I need to see it. I don't know. I haven't been able to find it. You recall she was frantically searching the desk earlier. She's probably telling the truth. It should have been here, but I can't find it. He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. This means someone took it during the lockdown. Interesting. It's probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right? Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. It's looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. Anyways, it looks like we won't be able to find the will, but the fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our other leads. There's also the question of who committed the murder and how. Don't we already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spell-eating and used it to break into the study. Christ. Say stole the sword of spell-eating 5 times fast. That's true, but I think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frigga's study. But the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. I want to do one thing and one thing only. I have not. EPRU! Not only that, but they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do that, why would they plant the sword in her room? That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her. But if that were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? It would be because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule? I remember the guy at the will reading also mentioned that. It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. You miss Isaac's message that's above mine? Sorry, I'm not seeing any messages from Isaac that I'm missing. It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to that law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut at the inheritance if she took a plea deal. Time him out for 600 seconds. Unfortunately, I have Streamlabs up, not mod view, which means that I can't time him out right now. More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else can she tell you? Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well. That's... Am I incorrect? I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me? Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? What? Of course not! Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the whole case thrown out, and Leify didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony yesterday, it was almost like she was covering for you. Does he seriously not know? Please, promise me you won't tell anyone about this. I won't tell anyone. What happened? About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tamora. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny. What? She had information that I tried to keep a secret. The glass one was very large. Is it the glass, Isaac? She had information that I tried to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her. No, she would never do that. I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Tamora I told you. She'll ruin me. The eye shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. All but she's just the same. Successor for the devil of defense attorneys. The rumors, they can't be true. Wait for me. I'm coming. I should stop before we get a possible copyright strike. As much as I don't want to. I'll just, conveniently hold up this flask that I own. You refuse to believe it. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? Now's not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now, and you have a job to do. We should check in on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay? Yeah. You'll have plenty of time to think about this later. Alright. Back to the ballroom. Okay. Does this work? White is? So you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there. You don't see him there, but you spot another individual. Huh. It's commonly reading from some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating from him. This aura. You must be daft if I think you wouldn't notice your presence. Did you notice you barely entered the room? Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Wait, Bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably won't do much against an axe that large. Protagus. You open your eyes. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet forward. Huh. Oh, it's you two. What the hell was that? You could have killed him. You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two. Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are? I am Lord... Ooh. I am Lord Lucius Steelwind. Fun fact, my little theater kid brags I got to see that show in person with Andre. Oh. I've gotten to see it twice, but not with Andre. Alright. I'm not going to make the mistake that I've been making before, which is making different accents for different family members. So if this is Arya's dad, he is going to be Irish. I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Waven Guard Military Force. Bug this, make sure. Look, all I'm saying is that that show is coming to a city very near some of you and near-ish me in a couple months. So, we should probably all go to it. So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share the same intimidating stare, although he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt. She looks more than irate right now, but she begrudgingly shoots her sword. Wait a second. That white hair. Is Celeste actually a Steelwind? Hold on. They might be on sale. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break from this game while I look up tickets. Tickets are on sale. It looks like it is unfortunately in one of the smaller venues in that city, not the one that we've been to Broadway shows there before. Oh, Christ. It looks like tickets might be really expensive, because there are not a whole lot left. Yeah, the cheapest tickets I'm seeing are $170. And there are not many available. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. After stream, I'll look, I could make a bad purchase. We can tailgate in the parking lot. Let's talk about this after stream. Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people with a motive to murder William Frege. As a fellow head of a pillar house, you might have some information about William and his affairs.
Repario Arcanum.
In voice chat. Looks could kill. McCoy, one might interpret that look of yours as murderous intent. Oh, guess you do have some battle instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your— Celeste! Just lack of respect and discipline. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hung. If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Okay, let's all try to stay civil here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at Lord's Ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? Oh, he was? Do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? We voice chat, you'll find out we've all been dead for 30 years. This Discord has ghosted. You'll have to excuse me for a brief moment. If that's okay with you. I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you. Sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried. It's her own fault for exerting herself despite her injuries. Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield. How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing. By prosecuting the heiress of House Frege, she had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on a rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Frege is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Frege and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated. It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind? I so loathe gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Frege's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. Did you speak with him at any point? No. I kept my distance and stayed near the Kingsguard. Needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Frege? Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Freges are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure she wouldn't try to interfere with this engagement. You were worried she was going to try to take Aster back. I was, but it was clear that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation? What were they talking about? The conversation was completely inane. It was all small talk. Lady Frege spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right, Aster's younger brother was there too. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. She had some unknown goal by speaking with Aster and his brother. You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? It was before the lockdown. Sounds about right. This means she was accounted for before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point? No, she spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for Lord Frege's murder. I mean, she was accounted for the entire night. But her thoughts said she was an accomplice in William's death. Was she there to distract the Kingsguard? Thank you for answering our questions, Lord Steelwind. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you. It's surprisingly pretty cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste. McCoy. What? Your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle sense and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior. As if that means anything coming from you. She is definitely his daughter. What an undisciplined and defiant brat. She is absolutely his daughter. Let's count it up. Knows she can cast magic, so she's clearly a noble. She does know who her parents were. White hair. And it's been very clear through her interactions with some other people that she is learning spells at an insane rate, implying that she's a very powerful mage. She's definitely Lucio's daughter. Absolutely. Called shot. Anyway, back to the ballroom to talk to Orem. Or not. Oh, we can go to the bedroom now. Cool. Keep that in the corner. Don't let it get away. Get away from him. As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. Some sort of animal, a wolf to be exact. Wait, is that... You recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in the house since the murder? Intruders. Must protect Queen. What? Did you just read his thoughts? Protect territory from enemies. You must see the Inquisition as intruders in his territory. But does that mean he sees this room as his home? You slowly start to walk toward him. Well, wait, Tyrion? Say that, kid. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do. You ignore them and continue to approach him. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. This human. He can speak language of dog? Wait, you can understand me? Why are you talking to it? You're speaking plain dog. Of course Tracker understands. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allowing you to speak with him? I've never really tried it before, but perhaps your powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. I wonder what else he knows. Tracker, is that your name? How did you... Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That is named Queen Gib to me. Tracker gestures to Leafy when he mentions his queen. Called you as Queen. Do you know him, Leafy? Yes, but how? How are you talking to it? That's... You're so caught up in speaking to Tracker, you didn't realize how strange the scene must look to everyone else. Queen Gib and Doggo a name. I'm a dog whisperer. You never mentioned that before. Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that? But Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself. Wait, how do you know that? So, Leafy, how are you able to communicate with Tracker? He is your familiar! Suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker's my familiar. That's not our voice. Familiar. So it's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. You recall that familial bond allows the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him. You haven't mentioned him during questioning. It wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from my family. Suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home. Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us. But it doesn't look like anyone got it. Aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new. Damn it, they didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft. Looks like you've run into another dead end. Unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. You what? Tracker! Ruh-roh. He's supposed to stay in this room. Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it? I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent he stay here. Tracker likes the ambiance. Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here? I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap. Or he was outside even though I told him not to leave. Damn it. Tracker see a lot of other things, though. Tracker see many new people that night. Right, he was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. If he was walking around, he might have seen something she doesn't know about. Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker see rats. This may be more difficult than you thought. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Tell me about everyone that you saw that night. Okay. Lucas, no matter what you do, do not time out Emma for whatever she says next. I'm not going to say anything problematic, I promise. Yeah, you cannot time her out. This seems suspicious. Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in room, but Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small thing running through walls. Running in the walls? Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer, so Tracker decided to check sound alone. What do you mean suspicious? Haters are my hashtag. I have never said anything mean. Ever. Tracker followed sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled the bad smell. Bad smell? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. You smelled a flying rat? Do you mean like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where rat was, so Tracker borked at him. Tracker must have scared rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. The rat had a stick. Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bork to scare them off. So Pucas. Yes, Tej. Totally forget that first draft. Okay, done. The rats were scared and went back into the walls. He went into the walls? That's when Tracker picked up the stick Rat dropped. Queen finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide. After a message, Tracker brings Stick back to room for inspection. Do you remember what time this encounter happened? What is time? Right. Animal wouldn't really have a concept of that. What did he say, Tyrion? Pucas? Yes, Emma? Why is this game a furry game? Do you have something to tell us? Ah yes, this furry game where I am interacting with an animal for the very first time right now. I always knew you'd have a fursona. As a Pucat truther. Dropped a slightly improved logo draft. Awesome, I'll take a look at that after stream. Did he see anything? Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take a moment to work through this. Tracker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive, so you should carefully examine each of his statements. First thing you heard was small things running in the walls. Tracker here? Probably. Tracker heard rats running in the vents. See, here's the thing. You have a fursona, and you definitely have one of those very emo ones. That's a not like other girls animal, too. You're a cat girl at heart. Pucas pudding set it off in the playlist. An OP Mary Sue. With a beard. Starting to complain about rats. One of them runs upstairs. Figured out nowhere to go, so I put it in the trap. Lucas, you can't. Then she'll be tied. Because if you shave the fursona, if you do, I know an emo when I see one. It looks like you do with no beard. What? And you with no beard? Endure the insults. I would have a scale sona and be a snake. And you with no beard would be the equivalent of a wolf turning to a water buffalo or a naked mole rat. It would be disturbed. Okay, I don't even understand what's... You'd have a fursona, you'd have a very emo one. You're a cat girl at heart. I always knew it. An OP Mary Sue with a beard. Because you wouldn't be able to shave the fursona. Because if you shave the fursona, if you do... I see. Because you, beardless, takes you from a normal person. Takes me from a normal person. To something akin to a serial killer. Yeah, my Halloween party costume is just going to be me clean shaven. And I mean that in the least comfortable way possible. Okay, I ate a full spubby sandwich for my first Seckless one. I've seen the photos. He's clearly related to the skin. He's closely really related to the Skinwalker and Wendigo. He really is. What do you mean you've seen the photos? You made me shave. Except in like an uncomfortable way to be around. Yes. Yes, I have. /NX/NX. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. Next thing he did was call the queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't she answer his message? The familiar bond was nullified by the anti-magic field. She never got Tracker's message. TJ threatened to shave for Parfy. I fought the good fight and saved us. Telepathic encounter happened during the lockdown. Like was the first you statement, but you're not really sure what to make sure of the flying rat you saw. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying? Because rats don't usually jump and fly. Yes, I got that. Is it possible what you saw wasn't really a rat? Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide. So rat is a general term for him. Small animals that are acting suspiciously. Like a monkey. His last statement doesn't make sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Leafy? Because sword that was stolen. The stick that was stolen was actually the sword of spell eating. Okay. Oh, sorry. The stick that Tracker obtained was actually the sword. Tracker. Sorry. Only if Isaac grows scraggly facial hair. Oh, now you have something to say. I'll grow my bisexual mustache like you and teach suggested the ice mask is doing wonders. Oh no, I do have something to say. Lucas, Billy Goat beard. She took him by the beard and he was into it. His scruffy Billy Goat hair. What? Who is she? She took him by the beard and he was... Who is she? That one dude from Rose? What? I'm so confused. Tracker. Oh, God. How do you not remember the horror story? Doxing. Oh, yeah, just gonna... it's too late. Just bleep it in the VOD. Tracker, about that stick you found. Where did you put it after you came into this room? Tracker hid stick in safe space, under the bed. And this stick, did it look like the sword that my friend is carrying? What? Hey, your friend stole my other stick. Wait, your other stick? Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the Metalmen. Metalmen, the King's Guard. He must have left the bedroom while they were searching for the sword of spell eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword? Tracker? Did Tracker do a bad? Oh, look at that good doggo. It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought the sword of spell eating here. What? I have no idea how or why, but the sword of spell eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room. It can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was... If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the sword of spell eating be in a random hallway? Leafy, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit? It's okay, Queen. He smell good. Tracker trust him. Thanks, I guess. Looked like pubes. Blame Maddie and Isaac. Yeah, no pube discussion in chat, please. Okay. Okay. Chat. Chat. We need to have a talk. Are y'all competing for how many times you can get timed out? No. Why would we do that? That would be horrifying, yes. That would lead people to say some very horrifying things and insult the streamer for no good reason. Chat. Okay. Here's the deal, chat. If you three are going to continue to try and have this competition, I'm going to make sure that whenever any of you get timed out, I'll be timing out all three of you so that the competition is eternally tied. So I would appreciate it if you stopped. Understood? All right. Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you. You know about Miriam's position, but how does Leify feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't really have a choice. You nod to Leafy, but also send a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and slowly follows behind her. Alright, let's take a look at Teach's thing. This is going to be such an interesting VOD for people to watch. Okay, I do like that a lot, Teach. That's very good. Alright, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats? Sure thing, King. I'm King. Looks like you've received a promotion. Much better than the first one. I enjoyed the first one, but this one's also very good. You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the sword of spell eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to Beatrice's room. Emma and I have decided this was all Isaac's fault and that we are very sorry, Mr. Pucas. You apparently didn't travel far before you met those rats you mentioned. So you continue towards your destination. Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong? Enemy. Oh? Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her. Oh dear. Tracker, stop that. Leafy tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like it's taking all of Leafy's strength to hold him back. I'm terribly sorry, he's not usually like this. Oh, that's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I... I'm onto your tricks, Eris. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I truly am. You're a demon, aren't you? I'm onto you, Eris. Here's the thing, Eris. There's only 2 cases left in this game, and this dream isn't ending until I finish this case. Which means that your time... Isn't Eris the girl who the game glitched on? Yes! Yes, she just did it again! She just did it again. Originally, the thing said, I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for who I really am, or for what I really am. And then she changed it to animals have always disliked me. What is Eris doing here? You recall seeing her at the barracks, too. She said her father is friends with Beatrice, but is she involved in this case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine this hallway, see if you can find any clues. The girl I like doesn't like me back. Oof. These crystals supposedly generated an anti-magic field during the lockdown. However, the sword of spell eating would make its wielder immune to these fields. Ah, an open vent. There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where the rat escaped to, Tracker? That's where the jumping rat went. I thought you said it was a flying rat. Tracker see that too. Okay, it would probably be better just to move on. Anyways, where did this rat come from? Rat come out the other wall. Do you mean the vent on the opposite side? Yes, Tracker saw flying rat escape that way. What was this rat doing here in the first place?
Arcanum.
What? What do you see? The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them. What? The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the vents on the other side, too. Why would that be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces? As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of 2 things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature. I doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion of the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point. But the vents are tiny. No one would be able to fit inside them. Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bork to scare them off. The rats were scared and went into the walls. But a rat would be able to fit in these vents. Oh yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean the rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time. It's not only that. He said that the queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up a stick. That shouldn't have been possible because of the field. Tracker saw this rat during lockdown. They would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown. There can only be one way that the rat could have an illusion spell active on it. Wait, you can't mean that rat was holding the sword of spell eating. Tracker's testimony's been added. Tracker's testimony. What? But how is that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. But even if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right? You're right, it would have been a small animal. Small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Is that a monkey riding on your back? Haha. Are you serious? We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Heralds in Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided he was going to defund Harold's museum. Baldur's Gate 3 stream where I play an asexual bard who lies for the monies and funnies. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 at some point, but the amount of storage it takes is too high for my current computer. That could be a fun thing to do on stream at some point. Yo, Teach, what if... we'll talk after stream. We'll talk after stream. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of House Frege, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William. I can't believe this. There's something else the Tracker said. Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker would bark at him. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. The Rat had a stick? Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the Rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him? Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the Rat with his eyes, so Tracker used nose to see it. The monkey was invisible. No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. And there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room, and this air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two floor maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room. Right, the air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads. According to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected. But he wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need to use the sword of spell eating at all? Because of familiar bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familiar bond connects them magically. Makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible he was lying about how this plate glass was shattered. But I've known Lord Harrelson for many years. I just can't believe that he'd be involved in this. She may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly thinking. Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this. Look, Leify, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have had much of a choice. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them. Leify probably knows better than you do, but you doubt that working alone would be possible with her condition. You can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this. Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we? Yes, thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leify. You seeing a link in chat that doesn't go to the Discord and searching the ban button out of habit. Is there... Thank you for lending us Tracker, Leify. It's not you, Emma, it's just everyone else. I only want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert. If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't. Good. Now if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who really committed the murder, then. If you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Miss Tamora to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Miss Tamora, that'll be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead we've been looking for. But is it really enough? We still don't have any physical evidence. It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll just have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did that night. If I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. But you doubt it'll be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? Okay. I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. I'm gonna need you on the stand today. I understand. I'll do what I can do to help. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make sure you use all 8 bags. We are going to take a quick break, and I'm going to use the bathroom. So anyone who needs to use the bathroom, get something to drink, cycle your fluids, get something to eat, make some nachos maybe. Whatever you need to do, we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. There it is. We'll be right back. Howdy, everybody. Unfortunately, my camera has become very fucky. So we're gonna have to do the rest of the stream without it. Oh, crap. Dun, yeah, unless you want the rest of the stream to look like this. We are, unfortunately, gonna be doing the rest of the stream cameraless. Sporties. Alright, anyway. Let's get back to this. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let us review yesterday's proceedings. There was much debate over William Frege's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit this murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and is now part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frege was planning to leave all his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden marry the victim's daughter, Leafy, and it's clear that Miss Leafy will never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters. I see. So there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. Now I can't tell who's streaming. Give me a minute. Let me try something. Yeah, it's probably Fred. Fred does a lot of streams here. I don't know why that's been a problem. Yeah, Pucas almost never streams. I have never known Pucas to stream. Let me figure something out real quick. I think the ranking of who streams the most goes Frid. 1 Frid, 1,000 Pucas. Yeah, probably. Something like that. I'd have to agree with that. Alright, there we go. Alright. With that taken care of, this means the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little physical evidence that implicates my client. May I remind you that Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings. That itself is extremely suspect. And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony. I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haroldson to the stand. Lord Haroldson. The sword of spell eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out about what he did the night of the murder. I see. Well, the court could definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Of course, my name is Harold Haraldson. I'm the owner and curator of Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homhearth. That's quite the litter of occupation. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered the sword of spell eating was stolen? If it'll help. Alright, witness testimony. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized my familiar hadn't returned. I called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered the exhibit that held the sword of spell eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the knights at the ball, and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night. So you went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft. Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them. Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do you prove that? The statement just now is missing details, but what details shows you? How did you find Eugene? How did you eventually find Eugene that night? After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported. Yes. I would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Frege. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Anyways, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness. Harold! Yes, of course, Harold. He says they went around the man to look for Eugene. Do you think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. It's a decent alibi, if not without its flaws.
Objection!
No, that's not it. How did you eventually find the sword of spell eating? Kingsguard and I slowly and carefully checked each room in the manor. After about an hour, we finally found the artifact under the bed in the defendant's room. Must be where Tracker hides the sticks that he finds. Now that you think about it, he's probably the one who stole Celeste's sword in the first place. Anyways, this detail could be important. Please add to your testimony. Yes, of course, Harold. I'd rather he talk about Eugene. Oh wait, yeah. How did he go around the manor? When there was a lockdown.
Objection!
Oh, never mind. Eugene, bro?
Objection!
There we go. Did the wrong thing. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the sword of spell eating. This would mean that happened while the lockdown was still active, am I correct? Yes. Much as I worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing, Harold. You said that after hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field? What? Harold, in response to the theft, the Kingsguard activated a lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony? Please. Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume they managed to cover every inch of the manor, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal. Miss Tamora, Let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familial bond connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true. So how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically, because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell-eating. What? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying the sword of spell-eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. You should push this while you still have a chance. Harold Haraldson, you were the one who stole the sword of spell-eating, weren't you? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? It was to take suspicion off you, because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spell-eating to make Eugene invisible. And then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system, all so you could have him murder William Frege in his study. Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness. It's what I do best, Miss Tamora. Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense? It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. It's misguided, but he's just doing his job. You were expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before. Then do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you? I know better than to lie on the stand to try and save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown. But how did he do it? Wait, so he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened. Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice. And that's your position, Cuthbert. That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege? It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Miss Tamora? No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert. Wait, Tyrion? Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege? Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit. Wait, I also meant to say the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime. Oh, really? And do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Oh, of course you don't. But even so, let's assume you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar. Well, the glass. He would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery. So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death? Might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt. The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony. Has to be some explanation for this. Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer. Damn it, all you did was make it more difficult to prove your case. But Harold has to be involved in this, you weren't wrong about this. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the air vents, so isn't there anything else you can use? With the threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed. He's gotten you out of tight spots before, maybe you can find the evidence in his mind. You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you. Ignore her. Calm your mind and focus the eye of Horus on him. You have to find something, anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice. Think about the armbands. The armbands look like they're still missing, but I inspected it closely before the large ball. They were still there when I moved from Frege Manor. Someone has stolen it during the ball. Never did what happened with the armbands. Could there seriously been a second thief there? Think about the sword. I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it. You speak as if you truly had no hand in this, but that can't be true, can it? Think about your monkey. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield the sword, if only for a brief moment? Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why would his thoughts say that? Think about the autopsy. William, it's a shame things ended up this way. I truly hoped I could show you the value of avant-garde history. Think about the murder weapon? Why am I thinking about this? My mind can't be going already, can it? Think about the lockdown. And Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What's going on here? Think about Beatrice? It's truly a shame Beatrice was driven to flee his own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know Beatrice, but how? She planned the murder with him. Unless... What's going on? He's speaking as if you really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself from the eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. And if that's true, you were wrong about Harold's involvement. Is he really innocent? See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us now. Yes, I must agree, Miss Tamora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait! Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact she's completely blind, she was with the two princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frigg in his study? Think about this. The reason you suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Was it someone else's familiar? No, it had to have been Eugene. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in the hallway? It doesn't explain why the sword was there. No, Tracker said Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway, then he fled into the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. Why was Eugene in the vents? Eugene was not acting of their own... Eugene was... no. Harold was not acting to frame Beatrice? No. Oh, Eugene was acting of their own free will. Eugene was acting of his own free will. That's the explanation that makes most sense, but how and why? Harold is the only person that's magically connected to Eugene, and even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to sense his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to connect him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered Frigg, was he doing it independently? No. Also involved murdering William during lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will. Even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all this beforehand. Eugene stole the armbands? No. Beatrice? No. No, I don't think Harold murdered William. Tracker murdered William. No. A normal monkey wouldn't have the intellect advantage to the will. Beatrice stole the armbands? Eugene stole the armbands. No? Harold? What? Oh. Eugene wore the armbands of intellect. No, it couldn't be. Like the sword spell, we still haven't found the armbands. Look at the glass case. Thief didn't shatter the glass. Spoken password. Only myself. Only Harold knows the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder. You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. I'll have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I frankly find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing, so no one will believe. What do you have planned now? Very well. I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. So I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Harrelson to the stand. Never mind. I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait, just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom? Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us. I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. This means Harold Harrelson can speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. Show... That's right, we're using the Airbud defense. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Very well. Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going to go along with this? Oh, Miss Tamora, I am looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against his proposal. So I suppose I must oblige his frankly insane actions for now. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything. Can't believe I'm saying this, but bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson's monkey to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court. I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Tamora. I realize that you can't see what I'm doing right now, but I did just take off my glasses and rub my eyes with the knowledge that I now have to decide on a voice for Eugene.
Eugene is Eugene. Eugene is monkey.
Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haraldson's translations. Ugh, can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands? They only require physical contact, after all. Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder?
Ook, ah. Eugene never steal from Harold. Eugene respect Harold.
Then you'll have no problem testifying about where you went during Lord's Ball. Can't believe I let you convince me to permit this.
Ook. Eugene explore new house. Eugene look for new place to play. Ah. Eugene also look for spiders. Spiders yum. Ook. You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Ook. Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold friend. Ook. Ah. Eugene always Harold's friend. Ape strong together.
Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. Is this really going to help us? Look, you'll just have to trust me on this. I trust you. That sentence sounds like it turned into a question at the end. I have to interpret these instead of...
Objection!
Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery.
Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold.
Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having to repeat that statement. And that's the thing, Miss Tamora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect.
Ook?
What are you talking about right now? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake. It's not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Miss Tamora. It's the fact he used its actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. Right, Tracker called the sword of spell eating a stick before. It was hard to understand what he really meant. Exactly. So that raises the question, how did Eugene know they were called the Armbands of Intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking through the vents, he would never have the opportunity to put them back. The armbands are still missing. Eugene is wearing the armbands at this moment. Can't be, is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? You initially thought he carried them in his hands, but there's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect?
Eugene told you already. Eugene never steal from Harold.
Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you? It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they're still missing. If Eugene did intend to steal the did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would never have had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over. This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increases intellect beyond human limits? If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene? You see him break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat. No, you can't be serious. Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, you see him pull something else.
Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I should not have underestimated you.
Yar!
You.
Serious?
This is probably blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds, Miss Tamora? On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice? But Miss Tamora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us. I was not ready for today. What the fuck is there to object? I was even talking right now. Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstance. Evolved, please. I have observed your society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous. This can't be happening. Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons? Simpletons? Wait a minute. Quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right, I remember encountering someone. Ah, yes. That was the monkey? Damn. I take it back. Eugene sucks. Even this little guy with a bow tie. There were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met. But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place? I'll admit the Lord's ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance. Put them on by accident? My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when first I held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity I'd never felt before. I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day. You were hooked. I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you are not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved power when I had to put them away. And that's when you made the replica. While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's ball took them, because of the pressure he was receiving from the crown. I am not proud of what I've done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell eating as well. And I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night. So you still maintain that you're innocent? Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege, nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate. I'll admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. So when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically, the sword must have protected me and Harold from anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case of the sword. Yeah, he already knew the passwords. But Tracker said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere. God, this stream has been great. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths. And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours? Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like you to take a look at this floor map of Frege Manor. This is the location where that wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room? Lids. Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? He probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Miss Tamora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert, but what does this mean? It means the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night? Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in that hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you?
It's not what I went there to do. No, I didn't mean. Order. Order in the court. Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frega's study during the lockdown? Yes, I did enter his study, but not for a reason you think. William Frega was already dead when I got there.
What? What did you just say?
He's through.
Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Tracker took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents.
I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me.
I don't see any contradicting thoughts with the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, that only brings you back to the one question you've been asking since this all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene. Let's assume you're telling the truth.
Do you actually believe me?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this. But I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now.
I see.
However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this.
Very well. I'll tell you what I saw, although I doubt you'll believe me. I discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I executed the air vent in that hallway, exited the air vent in that hallway, and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see. I fell to the ground and saw the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to receive the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. That's when I found William Frega. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the skilled lord himself, I found the will he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Frankly, Mr. Haraldson, I found that story very difficult to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
I'm so glad that I chose this picture to replace my camera in the case where a monkey is testifying. Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think. Is he really telling the truth? So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say?
I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document, but I found an order to his executor to refund Haraldson Hall of history. Since he went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I concluded his former will didn't have this addendum.
So you could save Harold's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you?
My apologies. I crumpled the will into a ball and ate it, then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone.
You were really hoping to see if William followed through on his death threat to just inherit Beatrice. He seems to be telling the truth this time. I agree, but we still need to be sure. We should carefully inspect and press each of his statements.
But why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frega got in an argument with Harold. Kerr wanted to defund the prestigious Haraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, so I devised a plan to break into his study and find something I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway, and it connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me.
It does make sense, but he's telling the truth. What happened when you tried to leap to the other air vent, Eugene? I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy?
I have impeccable dexterity.
Sounds like you struck a nerve there.
I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic.
How did you know it was the sword of spell eating?
When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return, but I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly.
Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur?
He did. Are you acquainted with him?
Something like that.
Well, next time you meet him, tell him I don't appreciate being called a rat. I am a proud orangutan.
Can understand him?
I've picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational.
As much as you want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to the case. What happened when you entered the study?
It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived. I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. Do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword? I unfortunately do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states the sword was abandoned in that hallway. It doesn't match up with what you thought happened, but does it really contradict the evidence you have? Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body? It's hard to believe, but you can't see any direct contradictions. Should you press him more? But what if he's telling the truth? If Eugene did do this, your next course of action is clear. Although still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. You recall something Tracker said to you. He said you had to smell to see where the rat was. When he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Tracker couldn't see the rat with eyes. Eugene was invisible. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No, I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Right, you recall Era saying the same thing during the Nightgrave trials. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how you first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, you're right back where you started again. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing. Fell to the ground and found sword of spell eating lying next to me. How'd you know it was the sword of spell eating? When I held it in my hands, felt my intelligence return, but also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. Wanted to retrieve the sword, but the wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. What happens when you cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony?
Tracker could smell where Rat was. Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick.
How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? The thief dropped the sword in the hallway? The thief dropped the sword in that hallway, but how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword there like you originally thought? No, that hallway was close to the gallery. There were plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there, which can only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? The thief was sneaking through the air vents. The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. It's the only reason why they'd be there, but that would imply the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait, not sure if it was made in intellect or desperation, but I collided with something I didn't see. Collided with something he didn't see, so something that wasn't visible. And as a master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the few people at the ball that could cast invisibility. Beatrice would never trust anyone to work together like this. She's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice. Oh, that wasn't her. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them. Have you been approaching the situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, you knew Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed she was one part of a larger plot. The breaking of glass and casting invisibility. These were the elements you knew she was involved with, but it never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. There's only one way she could be in control the entire time. What did Beatrice do? Does Beatrice have a familiar? A couple of memories flood into your mind. Familiar is a creature that a mage has formed a magical contract with. With that contract, our souls are bonded. I can speak with him telepathically. I can even see through his eyes. See through his eyes. It's quite rare. Thing's still going down. Oh yeah, this dream is not ending until I finish this case. That's been the plan. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward. Send out your hand, shake hers. She has an aristocratic air. She claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine. Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes her hand. I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. Impromptu 24-hour stream. Nope. Isaac, if we did that, I would have to stream D&D tomorrow. You didn't know that she was blind back then, so you barely even noticed it. But how did she know you were holding out your hand? Will, do you have any other questions for me? If you're wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to know for you. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Yeah, and I actually need your help. Really? You tell her about your plan. Really? I feel like you're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that? I know, it's the best plan we have. Do you remember what Steelman said yesterday? The moment the guards saw her body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. You can just Detect Magic like that? Good night, Tej. Have a good eep. If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone. Alright, I'll follow your lead then.
So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't given substantial explanation about how the murder occurred or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor, but it will all make sense after I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together, and this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand. Seriously, Cuthbert, you went through all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand. You and your client have the right to refuse Miss Tamora, but I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. It doesn't really matter, she's already standing here with Miss Tamora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do, but it'll have much more impact if you can bait her into lying on the stand. My client says she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss. I see no reason not to grant the defense's request. Is this really okay? If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing. I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. You've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since this case began. Hard to read her expression and emotions even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She's powerful. More powerful than her father ever cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frege would never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. You're sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. But you do know one thing. Beatrice Frege will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If you endanger her freedom, she will make sure that she can see who she's up against. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. So Tamora's probably just going to tell her about the Eye of Horus, which means that we won't be able to use that at all. So you were exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. Should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial. Tyrion, Celeste, were you able to see it? Yeah, it's definitely there, and it sits on her shoulder most of the time. So she keeps it close to her, that's good to know. Looks kind of weird though, but I've never used Detect Magic like this before. Well, you doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this. Cuthbert, Miss Tamora, there's something I need to show you, preferably alone. Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you nod to show her it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench so she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way. Yeah, the last case ended up being shorter than I expected, so I didn't think this one would take quite so long. Miss Tamora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids asking your question. Alright, we're here. You arrive in an empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. As Miss Tamora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large, burly man who's guarding the back door. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in. Miss Tamora, where are we going? I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused, but please trust me. I'll explain everything. Before you have the chance to ask for more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know you can trust her. You shouldn't. As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you would never guess that it would look like this. It almost looks like a room you'd encounter in the Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you. Sitting at the desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. Looks like he's been expecting you. Ah, Tamora. Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Miss Tamora before turning his attention to you. You must be Tyrion. Tamora's told me a lot about you. I see, but who are you? Better be careful. Well, I've been called many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker. The Eye Taker. Sounds of it, you've already heard of me. Miss Tamora, what is this? My daughter Eris has told me all about your work prosecuting the case. She's his daughter? I have to say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify? I don't think I could even pull off a grift like that. You've pretty much blown past my expectations. Why, I get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on the edge.
Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Frege has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her. The time has finally come for me to collect. Those debts Steelwind mentioned. They all belong to me. But there's no need to worry. I know she's good for it. That is, if she can inherit House Frege. What? Tamara's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce a sentence by rubbing the right hands. But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. Thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frege to be acquitted in the current trial. So that's what this is about? House Frege's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Frege? Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans. Not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. And I need House Frege for that. Just like you needed Justin Way. Tyrion. Ah, Justin. It's really a shame what happened to him. Don't act so innocent. He would have never tried to rob Dracogen if you didn't threaten him. Is that so? Do you think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it would have been some other criminal. But that's beside the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you. You want me to throw the case? I love this kid. I don't have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you. Especially considering the amount of work you put into this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive. And let someone else take the fall. No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this. If it makes you feel better, I can assign Tamora to defend the old man and his monkey. That way everyone coming out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Frege. Please, as if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House von Sanctus. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system. They pay, threaten, or even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field. Tyrion, please, just listen to him. How can you just go along with this? I told you a long time ago there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you. They're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You're guilty of each and every one of them. And you used him to do it. Also, you could keep winning? You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Tamora. As if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess. A dreadful thought just entered your mind. Steelwind. She was attacked the day after Beatrice was arrested. Was that... I didn't know that's what they were planning. Despite my confidence in Tamora's skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this leave to chance. You've got to make your own luck if you want to beat the system. How could you? She almost died! We never expected her to strain her injuries like that. We definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. How could you even consider working with someone like him? Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert? What? You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds, now does she? You told him about the Eye of Horus? The future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom. And I also have big plans for you. Do you think I would ever... Tyrion, stop! To be honest, I hate it as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help. But this is... Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away, and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother. So what's it gonna be, kid? You already know about what happened to that Steelwind brat, so I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't play ball. Wait! No. What? Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong! Tyrion, I'm not going to compromise my principles. Not even for you, Miss Tamora. Sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am. With one motion of his hand, every mercenary in the room draws their weapons. Please, you don't have to do this. Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky. No. Yes! Celeste? Well, how'd you get in here? My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I'd just let him take him to an undisclosed location? Doesn't matter, as if one girl make a difference. Well, what are you all waiting for? Crimson Demon in action!
Is that really her? Upon seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move. This monstrous aura, it has to be her. What the hell are you doing? You have us surrounded. Despite its command, no one takes a step further. Look, let's all just sit down and talk about this rapidly. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father. What? Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way. I'm sorry, sweetie, but I just can't. Well, you've never been wrong before. I'll leave him to you, love. Shall we go, you two? Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her. That was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you. Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone? You two are courageous to a fault, aren't you? Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this. Oh, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened? Oh, well, thank you. Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion that same question. You've seen your adoptive mother's true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you going to move forward? She's not my... Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you. She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice. Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris! Back then, you barely knew Tamora. It would be a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation. What did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tamora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you. That's not true. That's not why she... From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Tamora is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Eris, you're going way too far. To save you from more heartbreak, let me give you one last piece of advice. Eris leans in really close to you and begins to whisper into your ear. Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? What? I'm sure you understand now. Tamora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? No, she's not. With Flintheart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? Why are you doing this? Because I want to finally break... I'm just trying to keep you from getting hurt. It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Tamora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice. Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seems to notice how it's affecting you. Eris, that's enough! My apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes, but I do hope you'll think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you? She reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers. Tyrion? Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm okay, really. Okay. Is he mad at me? You can think about everything else later. But for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Frege. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Tamora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not? She is. If the prosecution still wants to move forward with... The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Do you still see it, Celeste? Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now? No. Let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frege. Mr. Cuthbert, it's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night. Yes, I was. Which is why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm being charged for this crime. And if everyone there that night, I have thought my alibi was the most solid. That remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyways, since you still maintain your innocence, you'll have no problem going into detail about your supposed alibi. Alright. Let's fuck some shit up. As you know, I was with Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alaric for most of the ball. I went there after my meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelman and the Kingsguard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. I had neither the means nor the opportunity to steal the Sword of Spell Eating and break into my father's study to murder him.
And that, Miss Frigg, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night. The most effective tool an attorney has is revealing contradiction in witnesses' testimony. It not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, it makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste. Burial. Wait, what are you doing? Your Honor, the witness testimony is clearly... Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me! A monster? It's a monster! Someone call the Inquisition, the Kingsguard, anyone! Your Honor, can you please restore order? Your Honor? Yeah, he fled out the back door the moment he saw me. It can talk? It's a demon, it must be! Just like the legends say. Can we all just calm down? It takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually it was clear the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, at least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? What is going on? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you a demon? Why, yes, I am a demon. Demons actually exist? I thought they were only a legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see. And? What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wyvengard prohibit entering an accord with a demon? They don't, but then my client has committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Marnith like that. Marnith, is that your name? It is what most people call me. Marnath. Well, I suppose you have a point, Tamora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. What is going on? You're asking the questions everyone in the courtroom is, Velvet. However, this does prove the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Maranath upstairs to the gallery and then had him steal the Sword of Spell-Eating. After that, they would just need to traverse the vents into William's study, just like Eugene did that night. The fact that her familiar is a demon proves she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Maranath's form. A monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but surely someone would have reported Maranath if they saw him. Tamora, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium? You might. And with the connection granted by familiar bond, she could have cast the spell on him regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility, but your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed? Continue casting it? You'll understand once I go over the order of events that night. At an unknown time, someone stole the Sword of Spell-Eating from the Heralds and Gallery. Due to the timing of this, I'll admit it would be logically consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by the Kingsguard. From witness accounts, including yours, we know this happened at 12:45 a.m., and since this time, my client didn't leave the Kingsguard's sight. It was around this time William Frager retreated into his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03 a.m., Lord Haraldson finally discovered the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Kingsguard, and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Lady Frege tried to speak with her father about the theft. William Frege reiterated he did not want to be disturbed. Leafy saw his face, and there weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. This means William Frege was still alive at the time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murder at 3:12 a.m. This is confirmed not only by Jean Hugh's testimony, but also by the autopsy report. Then at 3:26 a.m., the Kingsguard found the Sword of Spell-Eating in my client's old room. The Kingsguard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told them to stand down. Finally, at 3:36 a.m., the lockdown was lifted. John Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the Kingsguard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m. when it was actually reported. In order to keep Maranath concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep it invisible from 1:03 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Not only that, she needed Maranath to wield the Sword of Spell-Eating to ignore the effects of the anti-magic fielding. This means he would need to be invisible for more than an hour. What's your point? My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep Maranath invisible, she would have needed to recast the spell at some point that night. Oh, like her little clapping keep calm ritual? Might that be the somatic components of a spell, Miss Tamora? And as you know, my client couldn't have done so during the night without the Kingsguard noticing it. Your logic makes sense. But that can only mean the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching. In front of the entire Kingsguard, the two princes, and Lucio Steelwind? As unlikely as it is, it's the only conclusion I can come to. I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness that can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night. A witness? Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand. I see. He would certainly have been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic, but wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable? Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor? Of course he's saying that. The kid is 7 years old.
No, of course not. Is the prince ready to justify?
Grow a spine, for Lord's sake. Thank you for coming in, Prince Lark. Could you please hold your tongue, knave? You will speak when you are spoken to. Oh god, he sounds exactly like Miriam when we first met her. Honestly, he behaves exactly how you'd expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Asher's the odd one out in this situation. Makes you wonder what made him so down to earth.
Your Highness, Mr. Cuthbert believes the defendant used her magic while she was with you and the Crown Prince.
I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony?
Yes, he said it, not me.
Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under. But very well, if my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will bestow it upon you. Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous?
Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare suppose what His Highness really means.
This boost must be shining from all that licking you're doing.
What was that?
Nothing. You think Lady Frey could cast magic right in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed the whole night, and I didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. She'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous. Seems really convinced he didn't see anything. You doubt he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast detect magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes. Yeah, there's always a physical magical effect on the target when I cast a spell. But Maranath was probably in another room. The Kingsguard wouldn't see the initial magic effect of invisibility. Even if there wasn't a visible effect in that room, she would still need to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands. Right, like how you shout Repair Your Arcanum every time you can in a crime scene. I don't shout it. Anyways, she must have done the incantation gesture at some point during the night. Did she ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so? Celeste, what do you usually need to do to cast a spell? There are a lot of factors involved, honestly. Stamina and focus are a big part of it. Assuming she's in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum she would need to do? Well, she would have to focus her magic, say the incantation, and perform the gesture with her hands, all at the same time. It does sound pretty conspicuous, but she must have hidden it somehow. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about? She told us stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something. I forget what she said. Something about the old cult? Do you mean the occult? Yes, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons. Considering who her familiar is, her research must have borne fruit. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony? If I must. My brother, how the occult are a fascinating phenomenon, and I didn't see her cast any magic. But would they have really noticed her casting one spell? The Kingsguard are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They are trained to watch and counter a mage's spell. But the defendant needed to target someone who was in another area. There would be no visual indication she was using magic, but she would still need to perform the incantation and complete the gesture with her hands. He's pretty knowledgeable about the arcane arts, but as a Prince of Wyvengard, you suppose that's to be expected. You're clearly sympathetic to her situation. He must have only been a toddler when she left 5 years ago. My brother spoke of her a lot. He told me all about her. I could tell from his face he was really sad that she ran away. Even if it's not romantic, Aster clearly cares about her a lot. The prosecutor must have complicated feelings about that. Well, I can't speak for Miss Steelwind, but I'm just trying to get to the truth. Liar! You just hate her because she's a noble, don't you? Lord Von Sanctus told me all about you. You just want to lock nobles up because you're jealous of how much gold we have. Ah, so he speaks with Von Sanctus frequently. Explains a lot about his personality. So yeah. Clap both hands together. Occult? Ah. To cast a spell, you need to begin incantation, but there's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Is that exactly what she said word for word? Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. They really struck a chord with me. I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. Are you deaf? I already told you. No one heard her say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Frege said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing it. What? Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation, Occult RA, and clap both of their hands together. As I'm sure you noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both of her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, that habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Murnoth to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible. Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she hit the gesture, but she still wouldn't need to speak the incantation. But she did speak the incantation, and the witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said she spoke any incantation. Your Highness, the incantation for invisibility is Occult RA. Now recall what the prince said in his testimony. She said, "The occult RA, fascinating phenomena." The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see. So she hit the incantation in her dialogue, and because her target was a creature that's outside the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means Murnoth had the means to murder William Fregas just as Eugene did. Having the means is completely different from... Oh, that's... I'm so used to being me when the defense says something. Having the defense is completely different from having actually done it, Cuthbert. Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case to steal the sword of soul eating, and even fewer people had a familiar spell to traverse the vents. Which also makes Haraldson's familiar an equally likely suspect, and unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night. If your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why not have him testify before the court? I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Maranoth willing to testify, Miss Tamora? See Tamora deliberating with Beatrice and Maranoth. You can hear what they're saying, but they're clearly disagreeing with each other. Maranoth in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure. Your Honor, unfortunately, Maranoth is unwilling to testify. Why the change of heart? My client's familiar may be a demon, but he is afforded the same rights as any other person. He is not obligated to testify. He's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden anyway? A witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Tamora had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier, so why would she change her tune when it comes to Maranoth? Despite what she said, Maranoth seems like he disagrees with her decision the most. Is it possible that he's the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them. According to the legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. You wonder. I see. Maranoth is well within his rights to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is. Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all. Maranoth grinds his teeth together. It sounds like metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward. Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon? Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation. You shut your filthy celestial... That's not the voice I did. You shut your filthy celestial mouth. What was the voice I did for this demon? Maranoth, what are you doing? I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn. Heavensborn. I am still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony. Why is that demon so gay? Your Honor, my client does not consent to having your familiar testify. Tamora, didn't you say earlier that Maranoth is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Maranoth, why don't you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Gladly. I'm sure this demon's voice has changed from the first time I did it. I provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princes. I'll admit she did cast invisibility on me during their conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all, but I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study. Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? That man would school me about Lady Gaga. Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi? I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you. There's a point. You still need definitive proof that ties into the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. There's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? You're not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. It's like gay Ben Shapiro. So normal Ben Shapiro. He keeps taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. And more importantly, his word choice was different at that time. Did he slip up? Maranoth, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. What? Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice Frege as your keeper, but you referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that? For the first time, he doesn't have a response. Let's say hypothetically I had a dick in my ass. Would it not then follow? So I'll ask you again, that I would participate in some sloppy. Liberal. So I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the room where my master was. He's using the word master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does that mean he's intentionally using that term? If so, why? Why is Marnath using the term master? Beatrice is not Marnath's master. If you take his words at face value, the master he's referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then his statement, I never left the room where my master is, would technically be true. But why even bother making that distinction? He clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. He could have just lied. At the YMCA? Why would Marnath simply lie? Demons apparently take pride on tricking and corrupting humans, so why wouldn't he just lie on the Demons are not able to lie. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It would explain why Tamora and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. Let's say, hypothetically, she fly on my post till I butter. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. What kind of ridiculous request is that? Another pause. I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time with such random requests. I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Marnath. Say that Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness. That's not what I'm shooting tomorrow, and I think you know that. Marnath, we truly don't know much about demons, aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie? Damn it. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness. You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you word for word, nothing after or before it. Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to justify such an outrageous request. I might be compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Well, we're all waiting, Marnath. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly. You filthy heavens-born! Say it, Marnath. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is blonde. Well, technically, it's a dirty blonde. Oh, shut up! Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Marnath? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable. I would have never admitted Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is... And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Marnath, did you murder William Frege? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, staying silent is basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Marnath. Tell him the truth. Lady Beatrice, what are you? I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Marnath? I see, so that's your play. Don't think you can just stall for time, Miss Frege. Marnath has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, Marnath. Tell the court the truth. To answer your question, yes. I did murder William Frege. What are you doing? Me off the wine, hugging my baby blankie. Miss Frege, does that mean you're confessing to the murder? No, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Marnath himself. But your own familiar just... Let me ask you a question, Marnath. Did I order you to murder my father? No, you did not, Lady Beatrice. Huh? What are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you? Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things so that statement would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order. She could have just implied it. Either way, she can just plead ignorance and blame everything on Marnath. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are. Man, king, or demon, you're not getting away with this. Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that, but I wonder how long it will last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn. It's an argument, it's an argument, it's an argument. Beatrice Frege, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something that you knew would harm your father. Oh, really? And what would that be? What was so dangerous that implies lethal intent? You brought Marnoth into Frega Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start. Huh, I require Marnoth to see. That does not imply lethal intent. But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake. My client specifically asked if her father familiars were allowed. We even received a written legal confirmation beforehand. But he couldn't have possibly expected her to bring in a demon. He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of Marnoth did not break any of his rules, nor any laws made by the kingdom. Right you ought, Mora. I can hardly be blamed if my familiar acts without my knowledge. How can you be blameless in Marnoth's actions? He's your familiar. By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Harrelson for the actions of the pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, then left my father's body without reporting it. That's... Marnoth and Eugene are intelligent, sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions. Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate. But you suppose that's fitting for her. But you still cast invisibility to keep Marnoth hidden that night. Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Marnoth. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball. Every crime related to the murder was committed by Marnoth. The glass. Where's my testimony about the glass? Beatrice, Marnoth required your magic to break the ward's guard in the Sword of Spell Eating. You may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an evocation spell powerful enough to shatter that display case. Oh, that. I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty. What? To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Marnoth to help me steal that artifact so I could sell it on the black market. Would have never imagined he'd use it to murder my father. Right. It doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. The Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death. Damn it, is there nothing you can do? There's no appealing to a demon, just there. Marnoth, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Oh, you stupid Heavensborn. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyssal hells. Hell? If I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed. What? Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. These three are a pain to argue against when they're together. You can't break Beatrice's confidence at all. So do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? I didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Marnoth. I'm so cross with you. I should give my apologies. I won't do it again. Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason why this trial hasn't ended already, Your Honor? Come on, don't you have anything else? There is one thing. Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me. What? Marnoth, what did you just do? I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick, but it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn. You. Looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert. No, this can't be how it ends, not after you've come this far. What is it you'd like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert. Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've overseen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it all ended the same. Come on, think of something, anything. While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. None of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wyvengard law, and there's no proof the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We will be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume. Damn it, is this series how it's going to end after everything you've gone through to get here? The world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer behind the divine gate as I once did. Marnoth called you a Heavensborn, and your mother told you there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is the divine gate? Why do you have the Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately, but you thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. But all of this, everything you've been working towards, it was all a lie. You've spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Tamora, but is she even like her? No. She just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you? Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You've just been making mistake after mistake, leaving Oranax, trusting Tamora, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. You've never once made a path for yourself. But you You saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Dragogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you can't make it real. It's true that you followed Tamara's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you truly didn't know what was right from wrong. And you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told. What do I do? I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer. You take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Maranath? Situations seem hopeless sometimes, but there's always a way to the end. Use deduction that connects Beatrice and Maranath. No matter what you do, unless you prove one fact. You need something strong to prove that. Physical evidence. In order to connect Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Maranath's actions. People leave trails, even when they think they've committed a perfect crime. Something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves Beatrice gave Maranath the order. Beatrice's relationship with Maranath is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. What's unique? There's a specific way the relationship works. Their connection is facilitated through a pact. There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact, as Maranath calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said? What was it? Who told you something about genetic pacts? Haraldson. Right, the sword of spell-aiding is said to have been forged using pact between demon and mage. Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you the first chance they got. Well, legend said the demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding document? Concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. That's right. Beatrice must have made a blood contract with him. A legally binding document like that must describe how their relationship works. Leafy did tell you Beatrice would never trust someone she couldn't control, so she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Maranath's actions. But it's not as if they'll ever show it to me. It'd be a tall order to even prove that blood contracts even exist. I guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So just this once, let me guide you the rest of the way. What? Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything. The truth? So, say it together with me. Maranath, dweller of Avernus. Wait, what are you doing? By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Frege. Beatrice's blood contract has been added to your notes. It's a legal document written in blood, 50 pages long. Luckily, you somehow know the exact section you need. Maranath is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Frege can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule, and exempted individuals remain so for only 24 hours. After that, Maranath can harm them unless told otherwise. You did it, but how? Was that really your... No, that's not important right now. She gave you what you needed. The rest is up to you. What in the nine hells was that? When did you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract. You did what? Blood contract. You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Incredible. Where did you learn to do such a thing? The library? Wow. To think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge. Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out how to do that? It's a long story. I'm not sure if you'd believe her even if she told you. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Maranath was acting alone, and the defendant is not to blame for his actions that night. However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Maranath is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frege designates someone to be exempt from this rule. Beatrice Frege, you didn't directly order Maranath to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Maranath that he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Maranath into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frege. And that is checkmate. And just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frege? Do not call me that! It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frege estate. Do you have any idea what you've just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you. Why should I care? You're just another noble trying to steal power for yourself. Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frege. We would have liberated everyone. Miriam, Leafy, Arya, even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is burning it down from the inside. As long as King Olivia sits on the throne, the suffering will only continue.
Lady Frege, as the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes. Even though you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does.
It doesn't matter. I'm done either way.
Heavensborn, look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frege forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frege fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frege and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. The contract goes on to name several parts of House Frege's holdings. That's very little room for ambiguity.
Ari was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. It was to the abyssal hells.
Why would you agree to something like this?
Because I miscalculated. In this folder are records of many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into their hands.
You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frege's resources.
What are you talking about? Lucius Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy.
It's clear your time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought.
Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as this unstoppable, tyrannical force, but I never even considered one possibility. That William Frege was a sheltered moron.
He honestly thought he could pay off Lucius Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work.
I could have sent this information to House Steelwind and the King, but I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frege as soon as I could. I felt trapped. I felt angry. I just wanted something to change.
Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger. A blood contract is still a legal contract, isn't it?
What?
If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it. What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are a Heavensborn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help.
What? Why? We can at least try, right? Did you seriously come this far just so you could die?
To dispute a blood contract is...
To dispute a blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate. But still, I can't just...
You've beat me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you. Not Leify. Not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity.
I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly. Whoever invented pizza needs their assay. You're going off so hard right now.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, as okay as I can be. I still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't quite feel like the victory you were hoping for. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll know. Cuthbert, this is serious! He's going to send people after you, dangerous people. You can't just ignore this.
How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Tamara was an adult in that situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tamara took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. As a result, you never formed any other relationships. She isolated you because she wanted to use you.
Please, just listen to me and shut up. Tyrion? How could you do this? How could you work with criminals?
Cuthbert,
Everything you told me, all those ideals about protecting the weak, it was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? I'm just trying to... I don't want your help. As you yell at her, your voice echoes through the lobby. Several of the people nearby turn silent. I gave up everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for a goddamn lie. But I'll make it real, and I'll do it without you. Tyrion, As he reaches her hand to you, you step away from her. You never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up! I don't want to hear any more of your damned lies. Go away. Get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again. Without a word, she walks away from you. Tyrion... She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? I'm sure you understand now. Tamara can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
No.
What? can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion, Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender. There, what about that? Checkmate. Damn it! You've been acting weird since we arrived in Oranax. Does it have something to do with your mother? Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I? Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You feel Celeste hold your trembling hand from behind you. It's the same sensation you felt back then. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamora. As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Huh? Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop? No, it's just... people are staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're gonna hate us no matter what we do. You're still unsure of what you're gonna do next. But perhaps you don't need to. Even if Tamora's ideal was a lie. Hey Celeste, there's been something I want to tell you about. Oh, what is it? It's hard to explain really, I don't even know where to begin. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus. Even if that ideal was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust Tamora anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust. Oh! Oh, my heart. You're going off so hard right now. Isaac, I'm not sure if that was about me or something that was said in chat, but yes, I was going off quite hard. Dang it, I was hoping I could get my actual camera back so you could see the end of the episode. But unfortunately... Oh, right, epilogue. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. Much as Tamora hates it, we're gonna need to put him in the ground. I don't think that will be necessary. Sorry, love. I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's gonna have to pay the price. I think you've misunderstood me, Father. I meant this facade is no longer necessary. What the hell? Is something wrong, Father? Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so it happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house, so he made a pact with me. What are you talking about? But things didn't turn out like you wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Lyran's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Wyvern-Guard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline. Lyran, how do you know about my name? No one knew about that name, not even my real daughter. I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter. You bastard, what did you do to her? What did I do to all my prey? I made her suffer. No. Did you know she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, you know. I made her watch as I took your place. All while the father she so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart. You monster! You goddamn monster! I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me. What I really crave is the blood of a celestial. That's what this is about, a stupid kid. But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I'm done with him. You goddamn demon, I'll kill you. This man is your enemy. Life school is and always has been to exact revenge on him. What the hell are you talking about? You. I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony. What? Let go of me. You killed my entire family. I'm gonna let you get away with this. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all those children? I heard he got released by paying off the judge. What are you talking about? Get away from me. Don't lie to us. We know what you did. Now, stay away. Ah! We finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. From what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I am. Fuck! Fuck, we only have one episode left? Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. How upset would TJ be if I didn't do Disco Elysium for PLLP tomorrow? Because I really want to finish this game. Fuck. I'm so sad that my camera isn't on right now. God, I was enjoying this game so much, but this is fucking... God, this is so great. Probably not crazy upset. That picture works well. God, I'm so glad I chose that picture. No, but like, I want to communicate with chat right now. Oh, I want my body language. Fun fact, no, this game's been super fun to watch. I'm so happy people enjoy this, because I am probably going to become much more of a visual novel streamer than I've been in the past, because there's this game, I'm definitely doing Doki Doki, and I have some other games that I really want to do that I think people will enjoy. God, that scene with like with the Eye Taker and Tyrion and Tamora, I was having so much fun voicing that scene. When you play Doki Doki, I'll play alongside you. All right. You know, like that scene and Angry Tyrion at the end. God, this. Oh, I love doing this so much. Yeah. There's a chance that PLLP will, after I finish Disco Elysium, will change from Pucas plays games, and occasionally for bonus streams he does visual novels. There's a chance the schedule changes to every Saturday I play visual novels, and occasionally I play other games. But honestly, even then, the amount that I've enjoyed streaming this game, I don't know if I want to be limited to saying that I'm only going to do it on Saturdays. So, we'll see. No, but this is so... I'm enjoying this so much. I'm sad that there were camera troubles for the second half of stream. I love just getting to go off. Well, thanks everyone for hanging out for a very long stream tonight. Almost as long as the stream that Teach and I did last Friday. Well, it was mostly Teach, but that we did last Friday. God, I want to finish this game so soon. It will probably not be long. But if this episode was 5 hours, so I don't think I'm going to be able to fit Case 5 into one stream, as much as I would love to. I think we are going to have to do that in 2 streams. But, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But, okay, trying to calm myself down, because I'm so hyped up after that. That, literally from start to end... I have loved every case in this game so much, but from start to end, from the moment I was like, oh, I'm gonna get to play as Ruby, and then like y'all were here for that moment when Tyrion jumped in. I don't think I've reacted that hard to something on stream since I beat Sisyphus during the 24-hour stream. But no, this was all so much fun. Thank you all so much for hanging out. You're good company this evening. Thanks for putting up with our antics. And we only had to have one disappointed dad chat between me and chat. Thanks so much everyone for hanging out. If you've been watching tonight and you want to give us a follow, we really appreciate those so much. We're on our road to affiliate right now. Once we get there, we have a couple plans on what we want to do. And I suppose I'll show my hand a little bit. We didn't mean to disappoint you. Look, every once in a while, we just have to have these talks. I'll show my hand a little bit. When we hit 50 followers, there will be something that a specific member of chat has been clamoring for. I know I'm a disappointment. No, you're not a disappointment, Isaac. Maid outfit. No, we're not doing a maid outfit. We are not doing a maid outfit. We're gonna need a lot. But there's gonna have to be actual money flowing in before I'm gonna consider streaming in a maid outfit. But I would recommend that anyone who has maybe recently left a comment on a YouTube video, look at the fact that maybe there was a response that I don't know if they had noticed. That's all I'll say. But for now, like I said, if you've been hanging out, we really appreciate the follows. If you want to find out what's going on, you can join our Discord there. We got a really fun group of people. and I'm really happy. It's made me really happy as I've seen this community grow over the last month or so. So I really hope we can get more people to join up, have fun. I think it's a great time. I'm being so emotional, and there's no camera. I want you to know, my body language was still acting with every character that I did, even though you couldn't see it. If you want to find VODs of our streams, you can find those at our YouTube, right there. And this VOD, honestly, I may break this up into 2 YouTube videos, just because a 5-hour video is a lot. We'll see. I might see if I can find a spot to break it up. For once, I don't think the Tyrion stream will be uploaded the same day it was streamed, because I'm not staying up long enough to download, edit, decide if I'm putting it in 2 parts, and then upload a 5-hour stream. But if you want to see just some little funny bits where it's very possible that some things from this stream will end up there, you can find our clips channel there. Any support goes such a long way, and we really appreciate everyone so much, whether you've been with us from the start, whether you're a recent follower. It's such a great community. It is a privilege for me that I get to sit here on my Friday night and have fun playing this game, and there are people who want to watch me do that and have fun with me. So before I get any more emotional, thanks for hanging out so much, everyone. And just with the way everything's going, I feel like tonight's a good night to drop the bit that I've been doing for over a year. I will get objectively mushy at Parfy. Don't worry, I probably will too. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for dropping by the stream. And I think that's where we're gonna call it for